Hey there! Tonight's story is about bloodlines, the kind that carry not just names, but curses. Long, winding legacies of betrayal, hubris, vengeance, and tragedy that pass from generation to generation like a poisoned inheritance. This is the story of the most cursed families in Greek mythology, where fathers fall, sons avenge, daughters suffer, and fate watches silently from the wings. You won't need to keep track of every name. Just follow the pattern. Glory, downfall, and the long echo of ancient sins. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe. But only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to know who else is drifting off to the same quiet story. So, settle in, let the torchlight flicker, and trace the lineages that history couldn't forget, no matter how much they begged it to. We begin our journey into the most cursed families of Greek mythology with a dinner invitation. But this is not the sort of feast you'd like to attend. It is the sort of meal that becomes legend for all the wrong reasons. At its head sits Tantalus, king of Lydia and favoured son of Zeus, at least once upon a time. Now, Tantalus wasn't your average mortal. He was granted the rare honour of dining at the table of the gods themselves, lounging amongst ambrosia and nectar, partaking in divine conversation. For a while it seemed he had it all: status, wealth, access to Olympus. But as with most mortals given a seat too close to the heavens, he made the rather unfortunate choice of trying to outwit the gods. And so, in a gesture of pure madness, or perhaps twisted curiosity, Tantalus invited the gods to a feast of his own. A banquet prepared in his palace with golden vessels and ivory platters. And at the centre of it all he served stew, rich, fragrant stew, the main ingredient, his own son, Pelops. This was not a culinary misstep. This was a test. Tantalus, in his arrogance, wanted to see whether the gods could tell what they were eating. Could divine beings truly detect mortal meat when disguised with garlic and herbs? Could he trick omniscience? As one might expect, the gods were not amused. Most recognized the atrocity immediately and refused to partake. Poseidon pushed away his bowl in disgust. Hermes turned pale. But Demeter, distracted by grief over her abducted daughter Persephone, absent-mindedly nibbled on a shoulder before anyone could stop her. The gods, horrified, brought Pelops back to life, reassembling him like a macabre puzzle, and replacing the missing shoulder with one of ivory. The young man, to his credit, returned to the land of the living with remarkably little complaint. But Tantalus was cast into the deepest pits of Tartarus, where he would forever stand in a pool of water beneath fruit-laden branches, unable to drink or eat. The water always recedes, the fruit always pulls away. Thus we have the word tantalize, to reach forever and grasp nothing. And so begins the tragedy of the house of Atreus. A tale so thoroughly soaked in treachery, vengeance, and familial bloodshed that it makes other dynasties look positively functional by comparison. Pelops, restored and glistening with his new ivory shoulder, went on to marry Hippodamia, the daughter of King Oenomaus. But even that came at a cost. King Oenomaus, fearing a prophecy that his son-in-law would kill him, devised a deadly courting ritual. He would challenge each of his daughter's suitors to a chariot race. If the suitor lost, he'd be killed, usually rather spectacularly, and his severed head nailed to the palace walls for display. Many tried, None succeeded, until Pelops came along. Clever rather than brave, Pelops decided to stack the odds in his favour. He convinced the king's charioteer, Myrtilus, to sabotage the king's vehicle, replacing the bronze linchpins with ones made of wax. During the race, the heat melted the wax. The chariot collapsed. Oenomus died in a tangle of limbs and horses. Pelops married Hippodamia, and Myrtilus, expecting a reward, reminded Pelops of their deal, which, depending on the version, included a promise of one night with the bride. Pelops did what many mythological heroes do when someone becomes inconvenient. He pushed Myrtilus off a cliff. As the charioteer plummeted to his death, he laid a curse on Pelops and all his descendants. It is this curse, born not of divine wrath, but of personal betrayal, that truly haunts the house of Atreus. Pelops and Hippodamia had children, sons who would carry the curse forward like a poisoned torch. Chief among them were Atreus and Thyestes. Now, the feud between Atreus and Thyestes is the stuff of family nightmares. It makes sibling squabbles over inheritance look charming. When the throne of Mycenae became vacant, the two brothers competed for power. Initially, Atreus seemed the rightful heir, but Thyestes tricked him out of the throne by seducing Atreus's wife and stealing a golden lamb, a symbol of kingship. Having been thoroughly betrayed, Atreus plotted revenge with the same culinary flair that had defined his grandfather. He invited Thyestes to a reconciliation banquet. The wine flowed, the courses were lavish, Thyestes ate heartily. Then Atreus presented the heads and hands of Thyestes' sons on a platter, revealing that he had unknowingly dined on his own children. Yes, again with the cannibalism. You might be noticing a pattern. The gods, if they were still watching, must have winced. But there were no lightning bolts this time. No divine retribution. Only the heavy silence of a curse continuing to seep into the stonework of the palace. Thyestes, devastated, fled. He consulted an oracle, hoping for some form of justice. The oracle, cryptic as always, told him the only way to avenge his children was to father another child with his own daughter, Pelopia, which he did, quietly, disguised. Pelopia later gave birth to a son named Aegisthus. And yes, if you're counting, that makes Aegisthus both son and grandson to Thyestes. Aegisthus was raised under strange circumstances and only later discovered his true parentage. Meanwhile, Atreus maintained power, and the next generation began to come of age. Atreus had two sons of his own, Agamemnon and Menelaus. They were raised in a court haunted by betrayal and blood. When Agamemnon came of age, he married Clytemnestra, and Menelaus married Helen. Yes, that Helen, the one whose abduction sparked the Trojan War. But before ships could sail, the winds died. The fleet sat motionless in the harbour. Agamemnon had offended Artemis, goddess of the hunt. Some say he killed one of her sacred stags. Others claim he boasted of being the better hunter. Either way, Artemis demanded a price, the sacrifice of his daughter, Iphigenia. Agamemnon faced an impossible choice. He chose ambition. Iphigenia was summoned under false pretenses, told she was to marry Achilles, and then led to the altar. In some versions, Artemis replaced her with a deer at the last moment. In others, she died. Either way, the moral debt was incurred, a debt that would be collected soon enough. Agamemnon sailed to Troy. 10 years passed, 10 long, brutal years. And when at last he returned home triumphant, he brought with him a Trojan princess, Cassandra, as a war prize and concubine. An insult Clytemnestra did not take lightly. she had waited. She had brooded. She had taken Aegisthus as her lover, and when Agamemnon stepped into his palace, she welcomed him with warm smiles, soft robes, and a bath. Then she killed him, possibly with an axe, possibly entangled in a net. The details vary, but the outcome does not. Cassandra, cursed always to speak truth, and never be believed, was murdered too. The palace once again soaked in royal blood. Now the curse turned to the children of Agamemnon, Electra and Orestes. Exiled, grieving, and vengeful, they plotted their return. Years later, Orestes crept back into Mycenae. With Electra's help, he killed Aegisthus. Then in a final shattering act, he murdered his mother. Matricide. A crime so terrible, even the gods refused to look away. Orestes fled, hounded by the Furies, ancient spirits of vengeance. They were relentless, shrieking, clawing, driving him mad. He found no peace. He begged Apollo for help. The gods sent him to Athens, where the matter was put before a court, the Areopagus. This trial, recounted in Aeschylus's Eumenides, is more than a mythic episode. It marks a cultural shift, from blood vengeance to civic justice. Athena, goddess of wisdom, cast the deciding vote. Orestes was acquitted, and the Furies, soothed and renamed the Kindly Ones, were given a new role as protectors of justice rather than instruments of wrath. And so, the house of Atreus, after generations of horror, finally found a form of peace. Not through revenge, but through law. Through a jury, not a sword. The curse, it is said, was broken. But of course, stories never end so neatly. The legends of Atreus remained alive in the Greek mind for centuries. The family became a symbol of how wrongdoing echoes down generations, how the past grips the present, and how even the greatest houses can rot from within. They were reminders that pride, ambition, and betrayal never go unpunished. Not by gods, not by fate, not by memory. And so we leave them now. Picture the palace of Mycenae, its golden halls dimmed, its stones bearing silent witness to secrets too old to speak. The dining table sits empty. Somewhere in the shadows, a servant sweeps the floor where kings once bled. Outside, the wind rustles through olive trees, and above, the stars flicker with quiet indifference. The house is still, but the echoes remain. When we last left the house of Atreus, the air in Mycenae was thick with blood, curses, and the smell of reheated vengeance. Atreus had fed his brother his own children, the gods had largely stepped back in exhausted silence, and Agamemnon, Atreus' son, was preparing for war. Now we turn our attention more closely to Agamemnon himself. You may have heard of him in passing, most likely as the leader of the Greeks in the Trojan War, or that king with the daughter sacrificing problem. And both are true, though neither does justice to the man's particular talent for choosing the worst possible option in almost any situation. To begin, Agamemnon was king of Mycenae, a powerful Bronze Age city-state said to glitter with gold, command armies, and echo with secrets. His wife was Clytemnestra, a formidable woman in her own right, clever, proud, and with a memory like a steel trap. Together they ruled Mycenae and had several children, including Iphigenia, Electra, and Orestes. Then came Paris, not the city, the Trojan prince. He arrived in Sparta and stole away Helen, who happened to be Clytemnestra's sister, and, unfortunately for everyone involved, the wife of Agamemnon's brother Menelaus. What followed was less a family reunion and more a pan-Hellenic temper tantrum. Menelaus wanted his wife back. Agamemnon, ever the statesman, agreed to lead the charge. The other kings and warriors of Greece, some eager and some less so, were gathered under Agamemnon's banner. But the gods had ideas of their own. As the fleet prepared to sail from Aulis, the winds died. The ships bobbed listlessly in the water, sails hanging limp as laundry. Days passed, supplies dwindled, morale waned. The seers consulted omens, birds, bones, and bits of burnt liver. The answer came: Artemis was angry. The reason? That depends. One version says Agamemnon killed a sacred stag in one of her groves. Another claims he boasted that he was a better hunter than the goddess herself. A laughable thing to say about a deity who could shoot a flea off a galloping deer. Regardless, Artemis demanded recompense. A life for a life, specifically the life of Iphigenia. The command was clear. Sacrifice your daughter, and the winds will return. Refuse, and the fleet rots at harbour. Your allies turn on you, and the war ends before it even begins. Agamemnon hesitated. He was, after all, a father, but he was also a king, a general, and a man of ambition. Eventually, ambition won. He sent word to Clytemnestra, telling her to bring Iphigenia to Aulis under the false pretense that she was to marry Achilles. One can only imagine the mood when mother and daughter arrived. The joy of a royal engagement, the dressing in white, the proud father waiting, not with a ring, but a knife. What happened next depends on the storyteller. In some versions, Iphigenia is sacrificed on the altar, her cries silenced by the wind that finally returns. In others, Artemis has a last-minute change of heart, swaps the girl for a deer, and whisks Iphigenia away to serve in her temple at Tauris. But regardless of whether she died or was spirited away, one thing is certain. Clytemnestra believed her daughter was murdered, and Clytemnestra never forgot. Agamemnon went on to Troy, a city with high walls, high drama, and an unfortunate tendency to attract divine attention. There he clashed swords, shouted orders, and argued constantly with Achilles, whose ego could probably have sacked the city on its own. Years passed, 10 of them in fact. During that time, Agamemnon took a concubine, Cassandra, a Trojan princess cursed by Apollo. She had the gift of prophecy, but was doomed never to be believed, which made her something of a tragic Cassandra, in the original and most literal sense. Eventually, Troy fell. Agamemnon returned home in triumph. He brought spoils, stories, and Cassandra. What he did not bring was humility, remorse, or even a basic grasp of tact. Let us now turn to the Palace of Mycenae. Imagine it looming on the hill, built of great stones so massive that later generations would claim they were placed by giants. Cyclopean masonry, they called it. Inside, the hearth glows faintly. Servants whisper, and in the hall stands Clytemnestra, waiting. For a decade, she has ruled in his absence. She has run the palace, raised the children, and endured the whispers about Iphigenia. And, most notably, she has taken a lover, Aegisthus, cousin to Agamemnon, and that same child born of incest between Thyestes and his daughter Pelopia. In many ways, Aegisthus was the curse personified, a walking, brooding embodiment of all the unresolved blood debts in the family. When Agamemnon arrived, he expected garlands and praise. What he received was a bath. Clytemnestra welcomed him graciously, helped him into the palace, and encouraged him to walk upon rich tapestries, an honour typically reserved for gods. Agamemnon hesitated, sensing hubris in the gesture, but relented. It was his last proud decision. Inside the bath, as he relaxed from his long journey, Clytemnestra threw a net over him, some say a robe or a fishing net, and struck him with an axe repeatedly. Some versions have Aegisthus deliver the blow, but most agree it was Clytemnestra who killed him. Not in a fit of passion, but in cold, ceremonial vengeance. Cassandra, ever the prophet, knew it was coming. She had seen her own death and Agamemnon's before they stepped off the ship. No one listened, of course. They never did. She was dragged inside and murdered as well. And so Agamemnon, hero of Troy, fell not on the battlefield but in his own home, in his own bath, at the hands of his wife. Was it justice? Revenge? Curse? All of the above, really. The Greeks, who had a knack for tragic reasoning, understood that blood begets blood, and every wrong, even one sanctioned by the gods, carries a price. Clytemnestra took power, ruling alongside Aegisthus. For a time there was uneasy stability, but Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, did not forget. He was exiled, growing up in another court, told again and again of his father's murder. His sister, Electra, remained in Mycenae, nursing her own slow-burning fury. Years passed. Then Orestes returned. What followed was not swift. Greek revenge never is. Orestes plotted with Electra. He crept into the palace disguised, perhaps as a messenger or a stranger bearing news of his own death. The plan was theatrical, almost ritualistic. When the time came, Orestes killed Aegisthus. Then, face to face with his mother, he hesitated, but not for long. He struck her down, his mother. Her blood joined that of her husband, her lover, her daughter. The floor of the palace must have known its way around a stain by then. Yet this act, unlike Agamemnon's sacrifice, was not accepted in silence. The Furies came. Ancient, primal goddesses of vengeance, they pursued Orestes without rest. In every temple, in every dream, they howled. Not even Apollo could shield him for long. He sent Orestes to Athens to plead his case before the Areopagus, a jury of Athenian citizens presided over by none other than Athena. And for the first time in Greek mythology, justice became a matter not of blood, but of law. The trial was close. Half voted for acquittal, half for guilt. Athena cast the deciding vote, acquittal. She reasoned that the bond between mother and child, while sacred, was not greater than the father's claim, especially in matters of kingship and legacy. A legal decision, if not a warm one. The Furies, initially enraged, were given a new role, transformed from vengeful spirits into the Eumenides, the kindly ones. They would no longer torment, they would protect. A tidy ending, if you believe in such things. But the house still stood. The curse, perhaps lifted, perhaps merely dormant, lingered in the stones. And what of Agamemnon's folly? To the Greeks, he was both hero and cautionary tale. A great king brought low by arrogance, by sacrifice, by the inability to see past his own ambition. He led 1,000 ships, toppled a city, and returned to nothing. His story was told again and again, in Homer, in Aeschylus, in whispers beneath flickering torchlight. Not because he was noble, but because he was inevitable. The sort of man who always appears where curses linger. The kind of king who mistakes blood for legacy. So now, as you close your eyes, picture the palace once more, the bath water cooling, the axe leaning quietly against the wall, a woman stepping into shadow, a boy watching from the stair, and somewhere beyond, the gods exhale, tired of mortals and their endless inability to leave well enough alone. Picture, if you will, the quiet after a storm. Not the peaceful kind, but the thick, disquieting stillness that follows after something terrible has happened. The palace of Mycenae stands heavy with silence. The king lies dead. The queen too. The gods say nothing. The servants say even less. Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, has done what no son should do. He has killed his mother. Now, one might argue, indeed, the entire city whispers it, that she had it coming. Clytemnestra murdered her husband after all, not with subtlety, but with a bath, a net, and an axe. For years she ruled with her lover Aegisthus, whose own birth was the product of incest, and whose presence at court never failed to irritate anyone still loyal to Agamemnon's memory. But in Greek thought, morality wasn't a neat ledger of he started it and she deserved it. It was far messier, soaked with blood and layered with expectation. Clytemnestra, for all her crimes, was still a mother. And the Greeks, much like the gods they worshipped, frowned severely upon matricide. When Orestes committed the act, when he lifted the blade, when his mother looked him in the eyes and called him her son, he set into motion one of the most haunting consequences in all of Greek mythology. He became prey to the Furies. They did not arrive with thunder or fanfare. The Furies are not showy, like Zeus with his lightning or Poseidon with his waves. They are quiet, persistent, unrelenting. Often called the Erinyes, they are older than the Olympians. Born from the blood of Uranus when Cronus castrated him, yes, that again, they serve a singular purpose, to punish those who violate the deepest taboos. And few taboos are deeper than the murder of one's own blood. They find Orestes quickly. No matter where he runs, they follow. Not walking, but swarming. Clad in dark robes, their hair a nest of writhing serpents, their hands dripping with unseen gore. They are not monsters exactly, but they are terrifying in their inevitability. Like guilt personified, like justice when it forgets to be kind. Orestes flees Mycenae. His sister Electra, who helped plan the revenge, stays behind. She had her own reasons, her own ghosts to placate. But Orestes is now alone, and madness settles over him like a second skin. He cannot sleep. He cannot eat. He hears whispering where there is none. His eyes twitch toward shadows. The Furies do not strike him down. They do something worse. They pursue him into exhaustion, into sickness, into the fraying edges of his mind. And yet they never touch him. That is not their way. At last, in desperation, Orestes seeks refuge at the temple of Apollo at Delphi. He collapses before the god's image, still reeking of blood and remorse. He begs Apollo for help, for protection, for forgiveness. Apollo, to his credit, takes responsibility. After all, it was he who told Orestes to avenge his father. Some say it was through an oracle. Others say Apollo himself whispered it into the boy's ear. Either way, the god cannot very well abandon him now. Apollo tells Orestes to go to Athens. There, he will be judged. Not by gods, not by curses, but by mortals. A trial will be held. And for the first time in Greek myth, justice will be a question of law, not vengeance. Now this is rather important, because up to this point in the long, bleeding tale of the House of Atreus, there's been very little room for balance. Justice was personal. If someone murdered your father, you murdered them. If your brother stole your throne, you cooked his children. And if you were wronged by the gods, you'd better hope you had a daughter left to sacrifice. But Athens, glorious, infuriating, democratic Athens, was different, at least in principle. They believed in courts, juries, deliberation. Not perfect, certainly, but better than nets and axes in the bath. So Orestes travels to Athens, a fugitive dragging his curse behind him. There, in the shadow of the Acropolis, the goddess Athena herself agrees to oversee the trial. The court is the Areopagus, a rocky hill near the centre of the city, still visible today, where in myth and memory the first murder trial was said to take place. The jury is composed of Athenian citizens. The prosecutor? The Furies themselves. And they are not subtle. They stand, cloaked and dreadful, eyes like smouldering coals. They accuse Orestes of matricide, and they are correct. He did kill his mother. The facts are not in dispute, but they do not argue reason. They invoke ancient law, blood for blood, no exceptions. Apollo, in turn, speaks for their defence. He argues that Orestes was avenging a greater wrong, the murder of Agamemnon, king and father. He even adds, somewhat awkwardly, that the bond between a father and son is stronger than that between a mother and child, since the mother is merely a nurse of the seed, while true parentage comes from the father. A bold argument, and one that reflects the uncomfortable gender views of the time, but it sways some of the jurors. The vote is taken, the results are split, a tie, the matter hangs like smoke. Then Athena steps forward. As goddess of wisdom, strategy, and law, she casts the deciding vote. She votes to acquit. Orestes falls to his knees. The Furies howl in protest, their shrieks echoing through the stone. But Athena does not silence them with threats. She speaks to them respectfully, offering them a new role in Athens. No longer vengeful spirits, they shall be honoured as the Eumenides, the kindly ones. They will protect the innocent, guard oaths, and ensure harmony. It is a political solution as much as a mythological one, a transition from the old world of retribution to the new world of civility. Whether the Furies are truly appeased or simply exhausted, they accept. Orestes is free, but the curse, one suspects, does not vanish so much as shift. The house of Atreus has spilled its poison across generations, and while Orestes may walk away, the stain remains. Let us pause for a moment here, because this trial, this strange little courtroom drama with gods on the witness stand, holds an odd significance. To the ancient Greeks, the story of Orestes wasn't just a myth, it was an allegory for the evolution of their society. From chaos to order, from family vendettas to civic responsibility. It told them that even the darkest crimes could be addressed without bloodshed, that a jury, not a sword, could end a cycle. Of course, whether the jury always got it right is another matter. But myth, like law, is as much about hope as it is about precedent. And what of Orestes? His life after the trial was not peaceful, but it was quieter. He returned to Mycenae, reclaimed the throne, and eventually married Hermione, daughter of Menelaus and Helen, which, yes, made her his cousin. But by Greek royal standards, that was practically progressive. Some stories say he later killed Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, over a territorial dispute or possibly over Hermione herself. Others say he died peacefully, bitten by a snake in Arcadia. Either way, his life remained entangled in myth, a half-hero wandering the edges of a world that never quite forgave him. And the Furies, they lingered too, transformed but never forgotten. In tragedy, in temple rites, in whispered prayers before oath-taking, they stood in the background, dark, waiting, occasionally merciful. Even today, when we speak of someone being hounded by guilt, we invoke something very old, a sense that conscience is not just internal, but ancestral. That some voices come not from within, but from the past, dragging iron chains and ancient expectations. So now, close your eyes and imagine Athens at dusk. The sun sinks low over the marble columns. The streets hum with quiet life, merchants closing stalls, children chasing goats, philosophers squabbling over olives. On the Areopagus, a breeze stirs the dust where gods once stood, and mortals cast votes that changed history. And somewhere, far away but still watching, the kindly ones murmur. Not to punish this time, but simply to remember. Justice, once born in blood, now wears a robe and carries a scroll. And if that isn't cursed, perhaps it's progress. Let us now take a quiet walk eastward, away from the blood-slick stones of Mycenae and toward the hills of Boeotia, where the proud city of Thebes once stood. A place crowned with towers, thick with myth, and so thoroughly entangled with divine wrath and human foolishness that it seems almost a miracle anyone lived there at all. Thebes, you see, was cursed from the very moment someone thought, what if we built a city here? Our story begins not with a king, but with a cow. A white one, sent by the Phoenician prince Cadmus to guide him to the spot where he was to found his city. Apollo, never one to offer straightforward advice, had told Cadmus to follow the cow and build where it lay down. So Cadmus obeyed. He followed the cow until it collapsed from exhaustion, and there he began to lay the first stones of Thebes. Then he made the mistake of needing water. Nearby was a spring, guarded by a serpent. A very large one. Some called it a dragon. Others said it was sacred to Ares, god of war. Either way, Cadmus killed it, as one does when confronted by a large, hissing thing between you and your water source. The gods, predictably, were unimpressed. Ares in particular held a grudge. As punishment, Cadmus was sentenced to serve Ares for 8 years. Something not many mortals lived to describe. But more importantly, before leaving the spring, Cadmus buried the serpent's teeth into the soil. Whether this was divine instruction or a peculiar gardening impulse is unclear. What matters is what grew. Warriors. Fully formed, armoured men, erupting from the earth like crops. They were called the Sparti, or sown men, and they immediately started killing each other. Cadmus, sensibly, threw a rock among them, tricking them into thinking one of their own had attacked first. By the end of it, only 5 remained. These 5 would become the ancestors of Thebes' noble families. Yes, the ruling houses of Thebes descended from magically grown murderers born of a dragon's tooth. That rather sets the tone. Cadmus eventually completed his punishment and was allowed to marry Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite. A diplomatic union, if ever there was one. Their wedding was a grand affair. The gods attended. They brought gifts. Harmonia received a necklace from Hephaestus, the god of the forge. A beautiful thing. Possibly cursed, almost certainly cursed. Because you see, nothing given by a wronged god is ever free of strings. And Hephaestus had reason to be bitter. Aphrodite, his wife, had cheated on him with Ares, many times, publicly. So perhaps this necklace was not so much a gift as a time-delayed act of pettiness. Regardless, it would travel through generations of Theban women, bringing tragedy wherever it went. A sort of deadly family heirloom, passed down with care and blood. Cadmus and Harmonia eventually left Thebes behind, transformed into serpents by the gods, and slithered off to live in exile. One of the few happy endings, if you're fond of scales. But their descendants stayed, and the curse remained. Several generations later, we come to King Laius. Laius was descended from Cadmus and inherited the Theban throne. Unfortunately, he had a prophecy problem. The oracle at Delphi warned him never to have children, as any son he fathered would one day kill him. Now, Laius might have avoided this fate if he had followed the very basic rule of not angering both the gods and his wife. But alas, he failed at both. He assaulted a young man named Chrysippus. Yes, assaulted, which earned the wrath of both the gods and the boy's father, King Pelops. And then, despite the prophecy, he fathered a child with his queen Jocasta. Upon the boy's birth, Laius panicked. He ordered the infant to be exposed on a mountainside, abandoned to die with a spike through his ankles. A shepherd was tasked with the deed, but in true mythological fashion, he passed the boy to another shepherd, who passed him to another, and eventually the child ended up in Corinth, raised by the king and queen there, who had been childless and were delighted by the mysterious bundle of doom. They named him Oedipus. Yes, that Oedipus. His name, incidentally, means swollen foot, in reference to the wounds from the spike, a charming reminder of infant trauma. He grew up thinking he was the Prince of Corinth, until one day someone at a party called him a bastard, as one does when one has run out of wine and things to insult. Oedipus, disturbed, went to the oracle at Delphi for answers. The oracle did not tell him who his parents were. Instead it said, quite cheerfully, "You will kill your father and marry your mother." Most of us would have asked for a second opinion. Oedipus simply fled Corinth, determined never to return, and thus, he believed, to avoid his fate. And here the gods must have smiled, for nothing delights them more than a mortal trying to outrun destiny. On the road to Thebes, Oedipus encountered an older man and his entourage at crossroads. A quarrel broke out, perhaps over who had right of way, or perhaps because Greek roads seemed to encourage homicide. Oedipus, trained in combat, killed the man and continued on his way. Of course, that man was Laius, his biological father. And so, with admirable efficiency, the first half of the prophecy was fulfilled. Oedipus arrived at Thebes to find the city terrorized by a sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman. She had parked herself outside the gates and demanded passers-by answer her riddle. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Many had tried. Most had died. Oedipus, cleverer than he looked, answered correctly. Man, crawling as a baby, walking upright, and leaning on a cane in old age. The Sphinx, defeated, threw herself off a cliff, as was customary, and Thebes was saved. In gratitude, the Thebans offered Oedipus the throne and the hand of their widowed queen, Jocasta. Yes, she was his mother. He accepted, of course, not knowing. They married, had children, 4 of them. And for a time, Thebes prospered, until a plague struck. The crops failed, women miscarried, livestock dropped dead. The city stank of rot and fear. The people cried out for answers, and Oedipus, ever the responsible king, sent for the oracle. The answer returned. The plague is punishment. The land is unclean. A murderer walks among you, unpunished. And so Oedipus, with tragic resolve, begins to investigate. He follows the clues like a detective in a very grim procedural drama. Bit by bit, the truth emerges. The man he killed on the road was Laius. The queen he married is his mother. His children are his siblings. The prophecy has been fulfilled in full, Jocasta, upon realizing the truth, hangs herself. Oedipus stabs out his eyes with the pins from her dress. There's a certain symmetry in it. He who was blind to the truth now literally blinds himself. He abdicates the throne and wanders into exile, led by his daughter Antigone. Now, if this were any other story, this would be the end. But this is Thebes. The curse has more work to do. Oedipus's sons, Eteocles and Polynices, inherit the kingdom. They agree to share power, ruling in alternate years. But Eteocles refuses to step down when his turn is over. Polynices, furious, raises an army and marches on the city. This becomes the War of the Seven against Thebes, a doomed venture in which almost everyone dies, including the two brothers, who kill each other in single combat. Creon, Jocasta's brother, takes the throne. He declares that Eteocles shall be buried with honour, and Polynices shall be left to rot in the sun. Antigone, Oedipus's daughter, defies this order and buries her brother anyway. Creon, a man who has never read a single tragedy in his life, sentences her to death. She hangs herself. Her fiancé, Creon's son, kills himself beside her. Creon's wife kills herself in grief. Thebes is soaked once again in royal blood, and the gods are silent. Perhaps asleep. Perhaps simply tired of being ignored. Thebes by now is less a city and more a cautionary tale. Founded on dragon's teeth, ruled by men who try to defy fate, protected by no one. Its legacy is not glory or gold, but the soft, suffocating weight of inevitability. And still, the people endure. Brick by brick, they rebuild. Children are born. Festivals are held. The streets echo with laughter and market stalls, even if the ghosts outnumber the living. And somewhere, buried beneath the stones, is the necklace of Harmonia, glinting faintly, waiting for the next hand foolish enough to wear it. Thebes has never been known for its restful silence. For centuries, it has echoed with curses, prophecies, accidental incest, and the sort of family reunions that end in bloodshed. So it's almost comforting, almost predictable, that even after the Great War of the Seven against Thebes, even after Oedipus's tragic unravelling and the bitter clash between his sons, there is still one more story to play out. A final, quiet rebellion. One that doesn't involve swords or kings, but simply a girl, a body, and a handful of dust. Antigone, daughter of Oedipus and Jocasta, which also makes her, in the tangled roots of that unfortunate tree, both the daughter and the granddaughter of her own mother. But Greek myth rarely stops to check for genealogical neatness. Antigone has always seemed set apart, dignified, unshaken. Even as a child in Sophocles' plays, she is the one who guides her father, Oedipus, into exile, shielding him from shame and harsh roads with a sort of grim, adult grace. By the time her brothers Eteocles and Polynices have died killing one another in a civil war, Antigone has already outlived most of her family and much of her faith in kings. Let's pause briefly here. The conflict between the two brothers was supposedly over power. Eteocles refused to give up the throne when his time as co-ruler was over, and Polynices brought an army to take it by force. But in a deeper sense, it was simply the next step in Thebes' family curse. Oedipus's sins falling like black snow on the next generation. The brothers fell by each other's hands, and in death they left Thebes in the hands of their uncle, Creon. Creon, by all accounts, was a competent ruler, or at least he tried to be. He had witnessed Oedipus's rise and ruin, Jocasta's death, the war, and the collapse of what little peace the city ever had. So when he came to power, he did what many leaders do when chaos surrounds them. He doubled down on control, structure, obedience, law, the kind that doesn't bend, even when the wind howls. And so, to establish order, Creon issued a decree. Eteocles, who had defended the city, would be buried with full honours. Polynices, who had attacked it, would be denied all burial. His body would lie unburied outside the city walls, exposed to the sun, the dogs, the crows. No funeral rites, no mourning, just public disgrace. Now, in ancient Greek religion, this was more than symbolic cruelty. The soul of the unburied dead could not cross into the afterlife. It would wander, lost, unable to rest, a ghost with nowhere to go, a curse within a curse. And this to Antigone was unacceptable. She stood before her sister, Ismene, and told her plainly, "I will bury our brother." Ismene recoiled, horrified. It wasn't that she didn't love Polynices, but the law was clear, and the punishment for disobedience was death. She begged Antigone to reconsider, but Antigone would not. Her reasoning was simple. There are laws older than Creon's, older than cities. The gods demand respect for the dead, and family, cursed or not, deserves dignity. Polynices may have made mistakes, but so had everyone else in this family. Antigone would not let his soul drift in darkness because a king feared disorder. So, under cover of night, Antigone slipped out past the walls of Thebes. She found her brother's body, and she did what no law could forbid. She gave him burial. Not a full ceremony, there was no time for that, but enough. A scattering of earth. A whispered prayer. Enough for the gods to know someone remembered. It should have ended there. But tragedy, like bureaucracy, loves an escalation. The next day, a guard reported that the body had been disturbed, buried in fact, not deeply but symbolically, just enough to count. Creon was enraged. He ordered the culprit found, and soon, the guards, terrified of being blamed, set a trap. They uncovered the body and waited. Antigone returned. Perhaps she knew they were watching. Perhaps she didn't care. Either way, she approached the corpse again and began to rebury it. The guards seized her and brought her to Creon. And now the tragedy sharpens. Creon is faced with the niece of his late sister, the woman engaged to his son Haman, and a citizen of noble blood. But none of that matters to him. The law, he insists, is the law. If it is broken without consequence, what is the point of any order? If one woman is allowed to ignore a decree, who else will follow? Antigone does not flinch. She admits to the burial. She says she would do it again. She says the law of the gods is higher than the law of kings. And she says it all calmly, with a serenity that unsettles everyone present. Creon, though shaken, sentences her to death. Haman arrives and pleads for her life. He tries to reason with his father. He reminds him that the people of Thebes sympathize with Antigone, that her act was one of piety, not rebellion. But Creon will not be swayed. The more he is challenged, the harder he digs in. He accuses his son of betrayal, of weakness. Haman, heartbroken, leaves. Creon decides to spare himself the political risk of a public execution. Instead, he orders Antigone sealed inside a stone tomb in the wilderness, left with just enough food to technically claim she wasn't directly killed. It's a particularly Greek form of logic. Indirect cruelty with a veneer of formality. So Antigone is led away, her head held high. She sings laments not for herself, but for Thebes, for her brother, for the world that allows injustice to wear a crown. And then the tomb is sealed, but the gods finally stir. Tiresias, the blind prophet who has seen every generation of Theban disaster, comes to Creon with a warning. The gods are angry. The sacrifices are not burning properly. The birds no longer sing. The city is unclean. Creon must bury Polynices, and he must free Antigone, or ruin will follow. At first, Creon resists. Then slowly fear seeps into his spine. He relents. He orders Polynices buried. Then he hurries to the tomb, but he is too late. Antigone has taken her own life, hanging herself by her veil. Haman, who arrived moments before his father, found her and attempted to cut her down. But when Creon entered, he saw his son, covered in blood, embracing the lifeless body. Haman pulled his sword, not against his father, but against himself, and died beside her. And when word reached Eurydice, Creon's wife, she too took her life. Her final words, delivered by messenger, were a quiet curse against the man who had cost her both her sons. And so Creon, who set out to preserve order, is left with silence. His niece, his son, his wife, all gone. He sits in the palace alone. No triumphant music, no final chorus of praise, just the dull echo of footsteps in a place that has forgotten how to be a home. Now let us reflect, softly, on what this myth has offered. It is not the story of a rebellion, at least not in the grand, theatrical sense. Antigone was no revolutionary. She did not seek to overthrow the government or lead a mob. She simply saw her brother's body abandoned and chose not to look away. She acted with conviction, and she paid the price. But her defiance became something more. Not in her lifetime, certainly, but in memory. Sophocles' play would be read for centuries as a meditation on law, conscience, and the terrifying simplicity of doing what one believes is right. Philosophers argued over it. Politicians quoted it. Writers echoed it in plays and novels and manifestos. Even in modern times, Antigone remains the figure of moral clarity in a world of noise. And what of Creon? He is not a villain in the traditional mould. He is a man crushed by duty and too afraid to be wrong. His laws are not evil, they are rigid. His downfall is not cruelty. It is pride, inflexibility, and the inability to hear the quiet truth when it whispers. In this way, Creon is every leader who mistakes order for justice, and every person who punishes love in the name of rules. He, too, is a product of his time, of his city, of the long cruel echo of Thebes' legacy. Antigone's body may have been entombed, but her story walked free. So now, as you close your eyes, picture a quiet path beyond the gates of Thebes, the tomb half buried in the hillside, the trees swaying gently, the crows watching from a distance, puzzled that the feast of Polynices has finally disappeared beneath the earth. And in the city, a king with no heir, no wife, and no answer. Thebes sleeps, restless as always. If ever there were a family tree best left unplanted, it would be the house of Tantalus. Rooted in hubris, watered by betrayal, and producing fruit almost exclusively of the poisoned and patricidal variety. This noble line offers us not merely one cursed figure, but an entire dynasty seemingly dedicated to offending the gods in new and imaginative ways. Let us begin, as is often wise, with the patriarch, Tantalus, a name that would become synonymous with longing and denial, and with good reason. Tantalus was, by mortal standards, spectacularly privileged. King of Lydia, or Sipylus, depending on your source. He was a favourite of the gods. Not merely tolerated, mind you, but actually invited to dine with them. A rare honour. He sat at the same celestial table as Zeus himself. He drank ambrosia. He listened to divine secrets. He saw things no mortal should see and live to speak of them, which of course he did. Frequently, loudly. Tantalus, as it turns out, was not content with divine friendship. He wanted something more permanent, something impressive, something that would remind all the other kings that he was special. So he decided to test the gods. Now, to be clear, testing the gods in Greek mythology is rarely a good idea. They don't enjoy surprises. They're not fond of puzzles. And they've never once said, "How clever of you to challenge us." But Tantalus, perhaps emboldened by ambrosia or ego, devised a plan. He invited the gods to a feast in his palace. So far, so good, and then he served them stew, still fine, but the main ingredient was his son. Yes, Tantalus slaughtered his son Pelops, boiled the flesh, seasoned it carefully, and served it to the immortals, just to see if they would notice. It was, to put it mildly, a serious misjudgment of hospitality etiquette. The gods, fortunately, did notice. Most of them, anyway. Apollo, Hermes, and Zeus immediately set their spoons down with grim expressions. Demeter, distracted by her grief for Persephone, ate a bite from the shoulder. Just the one. But even that was enough to prompt a divine uproar. Tantalus was, quite understandably, struck down and cursed. He was sent to Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld, where he would suffer an ironically gastronomic punishment. He stands in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree, forever hungry and thirsty. Each time he bends to drink, the water recedes. Each time he reaches for fruit, the branches lift away. Temptation without satisfaction. The original endless buffet. And yet, even from his watery prison, Tantalus left behind something more enduring than his suffering. A family. Pelops, for one, did not stay dead. The gods, perhaps feeling mildly responsible, reassembled the boy and restored him to life. Demeter even replaced the missing shoulder with one made of ivory, a lovely detail that says more about divine craftsmanship than maternal remorse. Thus restored, Pelops was whisked away to the Peloponnesus, which would eventually bear his name. Now Pelops, despite his unusual beginning, grew into a handsome and ambitious young man. And, predictably, he found himself in pursuit of a princess. Her name was Hippodamia, daughter of King Oenomaus, who, like most Greek kings with attractive daughters, was deeply reluctant to let her marry. Oenomaus had been told by an oracle that he would die at the hands of his son-in-law, which put something of a damper on wedding plans. So he devised a clever system to ensure that Hippodamia remained single. Anyone who wanted to marry her had to defeat him in a chariot race. If they lost, they were killed. Simple enough. To ensure victory, Oenomaus used divine horses given to him by Ares. Fast, tireless, and rather inconvenient for any mortal with ordinary beasts. 13 suitors died trying. Pelops, however, was not like the others. He had charm, he had ambition, and he had no qualms about cheating. He bribed the royal charioteer, a man named Myrtilus, to sabotage Oenomaus' chariot, promising him half the kingdom and, disturbingly, a night with Hippodamia. The charioteer agreed. Wax pins were placed in the wheels. The race began. And inevitably Oenomaus crashed and died, perhaps screaming, definitely betrayed. Pelops won the race, won the girl, and had the charioteer thrown off a cliff. One imagines he explained the reward was metaphorical. As Myrtilus plummeted, he cursed Pelops and all his descendants. This is, mythologically speaking, where the housewarming party ends and the bloodbath begins. Pelops and Hippodamia had many children, but two in particular would carry the curse forward: Atreus and Thyestes, brothers, rivals, and very much cut from the same gory cloth. The kingdom eventually passed to Atreus, but Thyestes, ever ambitious, seduced Atreus's wife and stole the throne. In response, Atreus invited his brother to a reconciliation feast. You can see where this is going. Atreus killed Thyestes' sons, cooked them, and served them to their father. When Thyestes had finished eating, Atreus revealed the truth by showing him the severed heads and hands. Yes, again with the feast. One must assume Theban dinner invitations were viewed with some suspicion at this point in mythological history. Thyestes, understandably devastated, fled, but the curse was not done. In exile, he was told by the oracle that he must father a child with his own daughter, Pelopia. The child of this incestuous union, another horrific echo of Oedipus, would kill Atreus. That child's name was Aegisthus. Now, let's pause to reflect on the architecture of this curse. We have betrayal, murder, incest, cannibalism, and revenge, layered generation upon generation, each new horror echoing the last. The gods are largely silent, as if even they are too weary to intervene anymore. Aegisthus was raised by Atreus, who believed him to be his nephew. Later, when the truth emerged, Aegisthus killed Atreus and returned the throne to Thyestes. For a moment, the curse seemed to shift into a holding pattern. And then came Agamemnon, son of Atreus, leader of the Greeks at Troy, brother to Menelaus, husband to Clytemnestra, father to Iphigenia, Electra, and Orestes, a man whose own choices would once again light the fuse. Agamemnon, as we've already seen in earlier chapters, sacrificed his daughter to win fair winds for the war. He returned home after 10 years to find Clytemnestra bitter, Aegisthus ambitious, and fate waiting with a familiar net and a sharpened blade. Agamemnon was murdered in his bath. Aegisthus and Clytemnestra ruled for a time, and then Orestes returned, and the cycle completed another grim rotation with yet more blood and yet more madness. And so, what began with Tantalus's pride became a lineage of unrelenting tragedy. The house of Tantalus, like the fruit that forever eluded its founder, was cursed never to find peace. Every gain led to loss. Every victory fed the fire of the next calamity. But here's the curious thing. For all the horror, for all the sleepless guilt and divine silence, the myths do not end in despair. Not quite. Orestes, after his trial in Athens, was acquitted. He founded cities. He married. He ruled. Some say the curse was lifted with him. Others say it simply went quiet. Pelops' ivory shoulder remained as a symbol, perhaps of restoration, perhaps of artifice. His descendants would continue to shape the Greek world, founding dynasties, erecting temples, commissioning poets to sing of their lineage. Even as whispers of cannibalism and betrayal clung to their names like shadows. And Tantalus still stands in Tartarus, still thirsting, still reaching. A reminder that some appetites, once indulged, never leave you. So as you drift into sleep tonight, think not of the boiling pots or crumbling thrones. Think instead of the quiet ripples in a cursed family line. How one moment of pride, one terrible meal, can echo for centuries. And perhaps, somewhere in the dark, Pelops' ivory shoulder gleams faintly, whole again, almost. There are curses that cling like shadows, and others that blaze like fire, consuming everything in sight. The Labdacus line, the royal house of Thebes before and during the reign of Oedipus, was burdened with both. If the house of Tantalus gave us banquets of horror, the Labdacus dynasty gave us psychological ruin, political disaster, and more botched prophecies than should reasonably occur within 3 generations. Let's take a quiet walk, once again, through the troubled streets of Thebes, city of 100 gates and one unending headache. It begins, as it often does in Greek tragedy, with a choice. Labdacus was the grandson of Cadmus, the city's founder, and the son of Polydorus, who had ruled briefly before dying young, presumably from being related to Cadmus. Thebes was still a young city then, old enough to have towers but not old enough to have learned its lessons. Labdacus inherited the throne, but not for long. He died while his son, Laius, was still a child. Some say Labdacus died in battle. Others say he offended the gods by defying the cult of Dionysus, and that divine retribution swiftly followed. But one way or another, the throne of Thebes was once again left in the uncertain hands of regents and whispers. Young Laius, the last male of his line, was raised under the care of Lycus, the regent of Thebes, and later taken in by another noble household in exile. One might have hoped that absence from Thebes would bring clarity, maybe even a chance to escape the family curse. Unfortunately, exile did little to polish Laius's moral compass. When staying with Pelops, yes, that Pelops, he of ivory shoulder and cursed banquet fame, Laius repaid his host's hospitality by abducting Pelops' son, Chrysippus. Not just abducted. Some versions say he seduced the boy. Others say he raped him. Either way, Laius committed an act of profound violation, one that would echo down through the generations. Chrysippus died by suicide, murder, or shame, and Pelops, understandably enraged, laid a curse upon Laius and all his descendants. This, in case you're keeping track, is curse number 2. Thebes was already dealing with Cadmus's dragon-toothed warriors and the cursed necklace of Harmonia, and now it inherited a brand new curse from the house of Pelops. It's a wonder the gods didn't just fence off the entire city and label it uninhabitable due to mythological hazards. When Laius returned to Thebes, he became king. He married Jocasta, a descendant of the Spartoi, the Sown men, and might have enjoyed a quiet reign if not for the minor problem of another prophecy. This time, the oracle at Delphi warned Laius not to have children. If he did, his son would kill him and marry his wife. Now most kings faced with this sort of prophecy either abstain, consult a priest, or ignore it entirely while preparing for disappointment. Laius and Jocasta chose the last option. They had a son, and immediately regretted it. In a panic, Laius ordered the child exposed, abandoned to die on the mountainside. His feet were pinned together with an iron spike, earning him the name Oedipus, meaning swollen foot. A shepherd tasked with the grisly deed took pity on the baby and passed him along until he was adopted by the childless royal family of Corinth. Oedipus grew up never knowing who he truly was. Now, this all might sound familiar. The myth of Oedipus is among the most famous in Western literature, thanks largely to Sophocles, who gave us the most enduring version, but it's worth pausing not just on what Oedipus did, but how thoroughly his life was shaped by a curse he never asked for. As a young man, Oedipus learned from a drunk at a banquet, always a reliable source, that he was not the true son of the Corinthian king. Troubled, he visited the oracle at Delphi. But instead of getting answers about his parentage, he was given a prophecy. He would kill his father and marry his mother. Naturally, he resolved never to return to Corinth. A sensible precaution, if misinformed. On the road away from the city, at a crossroads, he encountered a rude old man with a chariot who tried to run him off the path. Oedipus, not yet known for his temper, but apparently quite good in a fight, killed the man and his small entourage. Yes, that man was Laius, his real father. And so, unknowingly, Oedipus fulfilled the first part of the prophecy. He continued on to Thebes, where the city was being terrorized by a sphinx. This curious creature, with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman, had taken up residence outside the gates and posed riddles to all who passed. Those who failed to answer were devoured. The riddle she posed was this: what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Oedipus answered correctly: man. As a baby he crawls on all 4s. As an adult he walks on 2 feet. In old age he uses a cane. The Sphinx, defeated by logic, threw herself from a cliff, as is traditional. The Thebans rejoiced. They offered Oedipus the throne and the hand of the widowed queen, Jocasta. Thus, without knowing, Oedipus fulfilled the second part of the prophecy. He married his mother and ruled Thebes, bearing children who were also his siblings: Antigone, Ismene, Eteocles, and Polynices. For a time, Thebes prospered. Oedipus was regarded as a just and clever king. The family curse seemed dormant, but curses do not die, they only sleep. Years later, a plague struck Thebes. Crops failed, infants perished, the altars smoked without fire. The city called upon Oedipus to save them. He sent Creon, Jocasta's brother, to consult the oracle. The answer? The city harboured a killer. Laius's murderer still lived unpunished in Thebes. And so began one of the most painful investigations in myth. Oedipus, noble and determined, swore to find the culprit, not realizing he was hunting himself. Slowly, terribly, the truth emerged. From shepherds, from oracles, from the broken fragments of memory. Jocasta realized first. She tried to stop him from digging further. He refused. When the truth was undeniable, Jocasta hanged herself. Oedipus, in horror, took the brooches from her gown and blinded himself. This wasn't just self-punishment. It was metaphor, theatre, and spiritual horror all at once. The man who was blind to his identity now lived in darkness. He abdicated the throne and went into exile, led by his daughter Antigone, who remained his quiet anchor. And thus the Labdacus line once again spiralled into ruin. But it doesn't end there, of course. Greek families never settle for one tragedy when 3 or 4 will do. Oedipus's sons, Eteocles and Polynices, inherited the throne. Rather than rule together, they agreed to alternate years. Eteocles ruled first, then refused to step down. Polynices raised an army, the famed 7 against Thebes, and marched on the city. The brothers killed each other in single combat. The war ended with Thebes bloodied, broken, and under the rule of Creon. It's worth noting that Creon, despite his later errors, was not of the cursed line. He was merely unlucky enough to marry into it. And then came Antigone's tale, the quiet defiance, the unburied corpse of Polynices, the tomb, the suicides. You know it by now. The curse of the Labdacus family had burned through every name, leaving only ash. At the centre of it all, like a cracked mirror, stands Oedipus. A man punished for the sins of his parents, doomed by prophecy, ruined by knowledge. And yet, even in ruin, he remains strangely dignified. He never denies his actions. He does not rail against the gods. He accepts what he is and what he has done. His story is not about guilt, but fate, about the terrible price of trying to escape what is written. The Labdacus line is often remembered only through Oedipus's name, so much so that Freud borrowed it to describe an entire psychological complex. But it is, in truth, the story of Thebes itself, a city born in violence, ruled by men who tried to outwit the divine, and undone not by monsters, but by ordinary human choices. The gods, for once, did not need to intervene. The humans did it all themselves. So now, as you settle in, picture Thebes at night. The stones are quiet, the Sphinx is gone, the palaces are dark. Somewhere in the hills, the ghost of Oedipus walks slowly, hand on his daughter's shoulder. In the dust behind them, nothing but footsteps and silence. There are families in Greek myth that fall like trees, loud, spectacular, and abrupt. And then there are families like the house of Iolus, which unravel like a long thread caught on a bramble. The curse here is not swift. It is meandering, gusty, prone to drift, and fittingly so, for this is a family bound to the winds, forever restless, forever just missing the shore. Now there were several figures in myth called Aeolus, which makes things deliciously complicated. The Aeolus who gave Odysseus his infamous bag of winds was a king of a floating island, possibly divine, definitely fed up with sailors. But the Aeolus we'll concern ourselves with here is his mortal namesake, grandson of Helen, the progenitor of the Hellenes, not the one with the face that launched ships, and forefather to a series of individuals whose biographies read like an inventory of Greek misfortunes. We begin with Athamas, grandson of Aeolus, a respectable start, king of Orchomenus in Boeotia, lord of rich fields, and at first glance not particularly mad. He married Nephele, a cloud nymph, wispy, yes, but respectable in mythological circles. She bore him 2 children, Phrixus and Helle. Now Nephele was not Athamas's only love. At some point, likely distracted by earthly affairs, Athamas decided to marry again, this time to Ino, daughter of Cadmus and sister of Semele. Ino was not a cloud. She was very much flesh, blood, and teeth. And though she may have had her charms, she regarded her stepchildren as unfortunate clutter. It wasn't that she didn't want children around. She simply preferred her own. So Ino devised a plan. First, she roasted the kingdom's seed grain in secret, ensuring that nothing would grow. Then, as famine settled in, she bribed the messengers sent to consult the oracle. Their fabricated reply? That the gods demanded the sacrifice of young Phrixus. A delicate solution if your idea of parenting includes ritual murder. Athamas, ever the sponge in a toga, agreed. Perhaps he wept. Perhaps he frowned thoughtfully. But either way, he ordered the boy to be taken to the altar. Just as the knife was raised, Nephele intervened. She hadn't vanished entirely, just hovered nearby, as clouds do. She sent a miraculous creature, a golden ram with wings, a gift from the gods to rescue her children. The ram scooped up Phrixus and Helle, and off they flew across the Aegean, safe for a moment, then tragedy. Somewhere above the narrow strait between Europe and Asia, Helle lost her grip and tumbled into the sea. The waters would thereafter bear her name, the Hellespont. Her fall is one of the quieter tragedies in mythology. No scream, no fury, just a girl lost to the wind, and a sea that forgot to be merciful. Phrixus survived. He landed in Colchis, far to the east, where he sacrificed the ram in thanks. The fleece, gleaming divine, absurdly valuable, was nailed to a tree and guarded by a dragon. As you may recall, this golden fleece would one day lure Jason and the Argonauts into their own dismal epic. But for now, it simply shimmered. A monument to a family's escape, and to a sister who did not. Meanwhile, back in Boeotia, things were unravelling. Having failed at stepmotherhood and crop management, Ino focused on her own children. She and Athamas had 2 sons together, Lurcus and Melicertes. But her nephew, Dionysus, god of wine and inconvenient truths, had recently been born under chaotic circumstances. Zeus had incinerated Semele, Ino's sister, by showing her his full divinity. As a result, baby Dionysus was dropped off with Ino for safekeeping. This naturally did not sit well with Hera, who had by this point developed a hobby of ruining people who helped Zeus's illegitimate children. And so she drove Athamas mad. Not mildly eccentric, mind you. Not talks to the furniture mad. No, he went into a frenzy, believing his son Lurcus was a wild beast, depending on the source, a lion or a deer. Either way, Athamas smashed the child's skull against a wall. Ino, understandably horrified, fled with Melicertes in her arms. She reached the sea, clutched her son tightly, and leapt. The gods, perhaps moved by pity or exhaustion, transformed them. Ino became Leucothea, a sea goddess who aids sailors. Melicertes became Palaemon, who rides dolphins and probably doesn't remember much about his past life. They drifted into myth, serene and salt-washed, far from the madness that spawned them. As for Athamas, he wandered, howling and broken. Eventually he was sent to Thessaly, where the locals, lacking context, made him king. It is perhaps the most baffling chapter in his life. This man just killed his child under a delusion. Excellent. Give him a crown. Such were Greek monarchies. Now, if this were a modern tale, this might be the end. A mad king, a drowned queen, a son turned fish rider. But the house of Aeolus was nothing if not persistent. It continued to tangle itself into other tales, snaring cousins and grandchildren into ever stranger fates. For example, Sisyphus, yes, he of the Rolling Stone, was also a descendant of Aeolus. His crimes were not of madness but cleverness. He tricked death, chained Thanatos, and ratted out Zeus's abduction of a nymph. As punishment, he was condemned to roll a boulder uphill for eternity. So here we have the 2 poles of Aeolian doom. On one end, madness and child sacrifice. On the other, brilliant defiance, followed by absurd punishment. Whether you screamed into the sea or rolled rocks forever, you are still part of the club. There is also Odysseus, whose lineage, according to some sources, includes ties to Autolycus, son of Hermes and another Aeolid. Autolycus was a thief, a shapeshifter, and a liar. Traits which, filtered through a few generations, became Odysseus's defining virtues. And so, when Odysseus lands on the island of Aeolia during his wanderings, he's unknowingly revisiting family. This Aeolus, keeper of the winds, is yet another bearer of the name, living on a floating bronze island surrounded by cliffs. Aeolus receives Odysseus warmly and gives him a leather bag filled with all the winds, save the west wind, which will blow him straight home. But Odysseus, being Odysseus, doesn't tell his crew what's in the bag. They assume treasure, gold, jewels, secrets. So while Odysseus sleeps, a dangerous habit of his, they open the bag. The winds burst forth, and the ship is hurled backward, away from Ithaca, to the edge of the world. They return to Aeolus, begging for help. But he, seeing their misfortune, declares that they must be cursed by the gods. He refuses to assist again, a rare moment of divine boundaries. Even the man who commands the winds knows when to walk away. The Aeolian family's curse, then, is not a single blow like the house of Atreus. It is a weather system. Sudden gusts of disaster, lulls of hope, and then another gale. Children are lifted into the sky, only to fall into the sea. Kings go mad. Queens become gods. Sailors are blown off course. And always somewhere, a golden fleece glitters on a distant tree, waiting to lure someone new into the storm. And while their fates vary, madness, misadventure, metamorphosis, there is a shared instability. In these tales, identity slips like sand. Clouds become women. Children become constellations. Men become monsters. And no one ever quite makes it home the way they intended. Even the geography bears witness. The Hellespont remembers the girl who fell. The Isthmian Games, held in honour of Melicertes, mark the transformation of grief into ritual. The Aeolian legacy is carved into coastlines and customs alike. So what do we make of them, these wind-born figures? Perhaps their curse is the inability to stay still. Aeolus bound the winds, yes, but even he could not bind his descendants. They drift from place to place, from form to form, always chasing something. Home, safety, justice, memory, and always it slips through their fingers. Now, as the wind murmurs against your window, and the sea of sleep begins to rise, imagine a golden ram soaring across the sky. Below, a girl tumbles soundlessly into the waves. Somewhere, a king mistakes his son for a lion. A bag of wind waits to be opened. A stone rolls down a hill. A boulder waits patiently to return. And the wind never rests. In the shadow of Troy, beneath the falling towers and the echo of clashing bronze, there stands one figure who glows brighter than all the rest. He is beautiful. He is terrible. He is fast, angry, and fated. His name is Achilles, and he leads the Myrmidons, a band of warriors loyal not just in battle, but in a kind of silent, fatal devotion. But before there was a heel, before there was the wooden horse, before Hector was dragged through the dust, there was a curse already coiled around this house. For the story of the Myrmidons is not just about Achilles. It is about a lineage born of stone, shaped by obedience, and undone by pride. And in their wake lie burnt cities, broken oaths, and a curse that is more inheritance than accident. Let us go back. Not to the Trojan War, but to a time far earlier. A time when Aeacus, grandfather of Achilles, ruled the island of Aegina. Aegina, as you may know, was a green, sea-wrapped place, nestled not far from Athens. It was named for Aeacus' mother, Aegina, who had the misfortune of attracting Zeus's attention, a recurring occupational hazard for mortal women. Zeus, being Zeus, abducted her in the shape of an eagle and flew her to this quiet island. There he fathered Aeacus, who was raised on Aegina and eventually made king. A lonely reign, though, for the people of the island were wiped out by a plague, sent, depending on the version, either by Hera for the usual reasons, or simply because the gods were in a mood. Aeacus, desperate, prayed to Zeus to repopulate his kingdom. Zeus, ever inventive, took the ants crawling on an old oak tree and transformed them into people. Thus were born the Myrmidons. Name for the Greek word moimex, meaning ant, They were a people known for discipline, silence, and unquestioning loyalty. They followed their leader like a hive, fought like a swarm, and, some said, never forgot a command. It's all quite poetic until you consider the implications. These were people who once crawled, faceless, beneath the soil, then were made into soldiers. Obedience was baked into their bones. They weren't meant to question, they were meant to follow. Aeacus' line was noble, but not immune to divine interference. He had sons, Peleus and Telamon, and, as so often happens with mythological brothers, things went badly. Telamon, father of the great Ajax, was eventually exiled after being implicated in the murder of their half-brother. Peleus, too, was driven out, although his crime is more ambiguous. Possibly accidental murder, possibly just politics as usual. Peleus fled to Phthia, where he was purified by King Eurytion and married his daughter. But that wife died. Eventually Peleus remarried, this time to a sea goddess. Not just any goddess either. Thetis, daughter of Nereus, shapeshifter of the sea, and former companion of Artemis. This union was not born of romance. Thetis had once caught Zeus's eye, but prophecy warned that any son born to her would outshine his father. So, rather than risk a divine uprising, Zeus married her off to a mortal. One could argue that Thetis never quite forgave him for it. Her wedding was legendary. The gods came down from Olympus, bringing gifts, wine, and unfortunately, Eris, goddess of strife. Denied a seat at the banquet, she tossed in a golden apple inscribed, "To the fairest." You know what came next? A beauty contest, a bribe, a stolen queen, and a war that would consume a generation. But first, Thetis had a son, Achilles. Now, there are many versions of how she tried to make him immortal. Some say she dipped him in the river Styx, holding him by the heel. Others say she anointed him with ambrosia and placed him in fire each night to burn away his mortality. Either way, the attempt failed, or half succeeded. Achilles became nearly invulnerable, but not invincible. And Thetis, frustrated, left Peleus and disappeared into the sea. Achilles was raised by Chiron, the wise centaur. Chiron taught him medicine, music, and war. He taught him restraint, which he would later forget, and mercy, which he would rarely use. But above all, Chiron tried to teach him what it meant to be human. It didn't quite take. When war came, ignited by Paris and Helen, fueled by pride and prophecy, Achilles was summoned. But Thetis, knowing his fate, tried to hide him. She disguised him as a girl and sent him to the island of Syros, where he lived among the daughters of King Lycomedes. There he fathered a son, Neoptolemus, later called Pyrrhus, though the circumstances are hazy, and no one involved seems especially proud of it. Odysseus, clever and tireless, tracked him down by laying out weapons among dresses. Achilles couldn't resist. He reached for the sword. War it was. And so he sailed to Troy, bringing with him the Myrmidons, the Ant-Men, loyal as ever. Their arrival turned the tide. Achilles was a whirlwind, unmatched, unchallenged, incandescent in battle. But then came the quarrel with Agamemnon, the taking of Briseis, and the rage. Rage that Homer immortalized, not as a feeling, but as a character in itself. Achilles refused to fight. His absence nearly lost the war. Then his dearest friend, possibly lover, Patroclus, donned Achilles' armour to rally the Greeks. Patroclus fought bravely but was slain by Hector, and that was the end of Achilles' sulk. his grief turned to wrath. He slaughtered Hector, dragged his body round the city, and rejected ransom. Even the Myrmidons looked on in silence. Eventually, Achilles himself met his end, shot in the heel by Paris with an arrow guided by Apollo. That famously vulnerable heel left unprotected, perhaps, by Thetis's hasty grip. Or perhaps because no one, not even Achilles, escapes the story written for them. But the curse didn't die with him. His son, Neoptolemus, came to Troy after his father's death. He was young, untested and cold. He murdered Priam at the altar. He threw Astyanax, Hector's infant son, from the walls. He was not his father's equal in glory, but he surpassed him in cruelty. After the war, Neoptolemus took Andromache, Hector's widow, as a concubine. They had children, but peace eluded them. Later, he married Hermione, daughter of Helen and Menelaus, another fraught union. That marriage ended in betrayal, vengeance, and finally Neoptolemus's murder, either at Delphi or by a rival suitor. His remains were buried near the sanctuary, but his shade lingered. Even in death, the line of Achilles demanded attention. What, then, is the curse of the Myrmidons? It isn't divine punishment in the traditional sense. The gods do not hover overhead, flinging lightning or transforming mortals into trees. Rather, it is a curse of glory, of being made too perfect, too essential, too early. Achilles was designed for war, and so war consumed him. His son inherited that same fire, but none of the wisdom. His people, the Myrmidons, followed without question, even into slaughter. Obedience, you see, is a curse in itself. These warriors, once ants, never asked why. They were remade into men, but never taught to hesitate. They represent the human cost of greatness, the lives built not for peace or reflection, but for loyalty, silence and blood. And Achilles? He is remembered not as a man, but as a symbol. His name lives on in poetry, in tragedy, in every story where strength becomes a weakness and love turns to fury. But you'll find no statues of Patroclus, no hymns for Astyanax. The Myrmidons, so fierce in battle, fade into the background of history, anonymous as they began. And so, as night settles and the war drums fade, imagine a quiet island where ants once crawled beneath a sacred tree. A boy stands on the shore, his feet too perfect, his mother watching from beneath the waves. Far away Troy burns. A horse stands silent, and a swarm of men, born of obedience, wait for orders they no longer understand. The war is over, but the curse endures. Imagine, if you will, an enormous line of women in long white robes, each holding a jar of water. The jars are heavy, the women are silent, and they are walking toward a great stone basin. They tip the jars in, pour the water out, and turn back again to refill. Only the basin has a hole in the bottom. The water never rises. The work is eternal. This is the punishment of the Danaids, the 50 daughters of Danaus, and they have been carrying water into a leaky tub for over 2,000 years. In mythological terms, this is a metaphor. In family terms, it's a legacy. Let's begin, as one must, with the genealogy. Danaus was a king of Libya, twin brother to Aegyptus, who ruled nearby Egypt. Now these two brothers, Danaus and Aegyptus, did not get along. That alone should not be surprising. Twinship in Greek myth is less about matching tunics and more about divine rivalry, betrayal, and, more often than not, homicide. Aegyptus had 50 sons. Yes, 50. Perhaps he was competitive. Perhaps he simply had a productive household. Danaus, not to be outdone, had 50 daughters by several different women. In time, Aegyptus proposed that the sons marry the daughters, uniting the two houses. Danaus, however, suspected treachery. Whether this suspicion was justified or simply the result of having 50 teenage daughters is unclear, but Danaus fled. He sailed with his children across the Mediterranean and landed in Argos, where the local king gave him sanctuary. The Danaids were welcomed as foreigners, guests, refugees perhaps, though ancient Greece wasn't especially consistent with those terms. Eventually, the 50 sons of Aegyptus followed, demanding their marriages be honoured. Under political pressure, or perhaps just tired of fleeing, Danaus agreed. The weddings were held, garlands were worn, oaths were exchanged. But there was a twist. On the night of the marriages, Danaus gave each of his daughters a dagger and instructed them to kill their husbands in bed. 49 obeyed. Only one, Hypermnestra, spared her husband Lynceus because he respected her wishes and did not force himself upon her. In a story steeped in obedience, she chose mercy. The rest performed their duty, cold and silent, blades sliding in the dark. You can almost picture the moment, the wind howling across Argos, 50 bridal chambers gone still, and one girl staring into the eyes of a man who expected to die and finding something worth preserving. This act of rebellion, this single refusal, is the crack in the curse. But it's only the beginning. After the murders, Danaus is said to have punished Hypermnestra for her disobedience, imprisoning her or dragging her before a court. Eventually, Lynceus took revenge on his father-in-law, killing Danaus and claiming the throne of Argos. He and Hypermnestra founded a dynasty. Their line would one day include Perseus, Heracles, and Helen herself. But the rest of the Danaians were not so lucky. Their punishment was eternal labour in the underworld, carrying water to a broken cistern, a task without end. The symbolism is quiet but crushing. Purification that never purifies. Effort that never pays off. It is a kind of domestic Sisypheanism, less dramatic than pushing a boulder, but no less cruel. Why, you might ask, were they punished? They followed orders. Their father commanded them. Their grooms were forced upon them. Weren't they victims? Greek myth, alas, does not always concern itself with justice. It prefers patterns. And the pattern here is disobedience cloaked as duty. A refusal to submit, followed by a submission to something darker. The Danaids became symbols, not of loyalty or rebellion, but of women caught in a net of male decisions and mythic necessity. Still, if you look closely, each Danaid had a name. The ancient poets listed them one by one in genealogies more precise than telephone books. Names like Amymone, Autonoe, Cleopatra, Eubule, Rhode, and Theano. Each had a story, however fleeting. Some were said to have children. Some vanished. A few were worshipped in Argos as ancestral spirits, but mostly they were forgotten. They became the chorus, the ones who carry poor return. Their husbands, the sons of Aegyptus, fare no better in the memory of myth. They were blank slates, symbolic figures more than individuals. It's unclear if they were cruel, passive, or simply convenient sacrifices. The story doesn't linger on their personalities. They are remembered primarily for dying on their wedding night, a different kind of matrimonial misfortune. Now, Hypermnestra and Lynceus, our lone surviving couple, became the ancestors of a notably powerful bloodline. Their descendants ruled Mycenae, Argos, and Tiryns. They were associated with the Perseid dynasty, which includes Perseus, slayer of Medusa, and his son Electrion, whose daughter Alcmaeon gave birth to Heracles after an ill-timed visit from Zeus, you might say the curse continues in strange forms. Take Perseus, for example, a hero by birth and favour, but forever shadowed by prophecy. He killed Medusa, yes, but his grandfather had tried to prevent his birth, fearing a prediction that Perseus would cause his death, which, of course, he eventually did, accidentally with a discus. Then there's Heracles, greatest of Greek heroes, who spent his life atoning for a madness inflicted by Hera. He too killed his children. He too laboured in vain for years. A man of strength, undone by forces beyond his control, echoing the quiet futility of these endless jars of water. The Danaids, then, are not just a tale of brides and blades. They are the starting note in a long chord of curses. Their story contains the DNA of every Greek tragedy: prophecy, flight, exile, obedience, regret. The image of women carrying water that will never stay is not just a punishment. It is a portrait of the human condition, painted in soft, repetitive strokes. There are also local traditions, especially in Argos, where the Danaids were revered, not reviled. Springs were named after them. Temples bore their names. Amymone, in particular, was associated with water sources and wells, often depicted as a nymph or minor goddess. Some stories claim Poseidon loved her and struck the earth with his trident to create a spring in her honour. So perhaps they were not cursed forever. Perhaps, in some quiet version of the myth, the water finally stays in the jar. Perhaps the basin, once cracked, is mended by time or prayer. The stories contradict themselves, as Greek myths often do. One moment they are murderesses. The next they are deified. The truth, as ever, rests somewhere in between. It's worth noting that the Danaid story was frequently adapted into Greek tragedy. Aeschylus wrote a play, The Suppliants, in which the daughters of Danaus flee to Argos, begging for sanctuary from forced marriage. In this version, they are not brides but refugees. The city must decide whether to defend them or send them back. It's an ancient reflection on asylum, agency, and the strange, thin line between sanctuary and sacrifice. We, the listeners, know what comes next. We know that murder waits beneath the veil. But for a moment in the city square, they are simply women seeking a place to live freely. And Argos, noble Argos, chooses to protect them. That brief mercy may be why they were remembered with altars instead of curses. Greek myth, after all, are not fixed. They breathe, they contradict, they forget. The same Danaids who are damned in Hades might also be worshipped in a grove on a spring morning. The same dagger that ends a marriage might also mark the start of a legend. The punishment in one version is the origin of water in another. And so, as we close this quiet book of curses, let us return to that line of women walking softly with their jars. It is neither day nor night. The underworld is not cruel. It is simply indifferent. They lift, they pour, they turn again. But now, perhaps one looks up. She sees the stars. She thinks of Argos. She remembers the sea breeze. And though the water still vanishes, she begins to hum. Because in myth, as in life, the curse is not always what it seems. Sometimes the endless labour becomes rhythm. Sometimes futility becomes ritual. And sometimes the quietest voice, like Hypermnestra's, is the one that endures. Let us begin, as all good cautionary tales do, with a marriage. Not just any marriage, mind you, but the sacred union between the king and queen of the gods themselves, Zeus and Hera. On Mount Olympus, their relationship was held up, not as an ideal, but more as a constant source of divine tension, storm clouds, and the occasional herd of transformed cows. Now, marriage in the ancient Greek world was considered a societal pillar, albeit one built on decidedly patriarchal stone. It involved alliances, dowries, and heirs. Love was optional. Respect was negotiable. Fidelity, well, let's not be silly. And in that regard, Zeus and Hera were deeply traditional. Their marriage began inauspiciously. Zeus, the thunder-wielding lord of the skies, had first attempted to court Hera politely. She was unmoved. So, in a move that tells you everything you need to know about him, Zeus transformed himself into a shivering little bird. Hera, ever maternal, took pity and held the trembling creature to her breast. Whereupon Zeus promptly transformed back and took advantage of her sympathy in a way that would not pass muster in any modern courtroom. Hera, shamed and cornered, agreed to marry him. The gods celebrated for 300 years, and the two were considered a cosmic match. But from the very start, their union was less a story of divine harmony and more an extended exercise in competitive vengeance. Zeus was, to put it mildly, not faithful. He pursued mortals, nymphs, and even the occasional divine relative with an enthusiasm bordering on the athletic. Danae, Io, Leda, Semele, Europa. The list of his conquests would require its own Homeric catalogue, and each liaison was accompanied by a transformation. A golden shower, a swan, a bull, even a particularly aggressive cloud. This was not mere philandering. This was performance art. Now, Hera, as goddess of marriage, might have been expected to preserve domestic order with grace and patience. But patience was not her strong suit. No, Hera's love language was spite, and her preferred method of communication was targeted torment. Not against Zeus, mind you, but against his lovers and the children that resulted. Io, a priestess of Hera, was seduced by Zeus and promptly transformed into a white cow to hide her. Hera, seeing through the ruse, requested the cow as a gift. She then appointed the 100-eyed Argus to guard her new bovine prisoner. When Argus was later slain by Hermes, Hera memorialized him by placing his eyes on the tail of the peacock. A petty flourish, if ever there was one. Semele, mother of Dionysus, was tricked by Hera into asking Zeus to reveal his full divine form. He did. She perished in a blaze of celestial overkill. Hera won Semele ashes. Leto, another lover, was harassed across the world by a furious Hera who forbade her from giving birth on any land under the sun. Leto finally found refuge on the floating island of Delos, where she delivered Artemis and Apollo. It was said even the land trembled at Hera's wrath. And of course, there was Heracles. Zeus's favourite illegitimate son, born to the mortal Alcmene. Heracles became the lifelong object of Hera's ire. She sent snakes to his cradle. She drove him mad so he would kill his own family. And when he set off on his famous 12 labours, it was Hera who ensured that each task was as miserable as possible. One might almost call it constructive parenting, if not for the malice. Yet Hera's vengeance was not limited to mortals. She once attempted a coup against Zeus himself, enlisting Poseidon and Athena in a plot to bind him in unbreakable chains. It failed, of course. Zeus was eventually freed by Thetis, incidentally, mother of Achilles, and punished Hera by hanging her from the sky in golden manacles with anvils tied to her ankles. One imagines the marriage counselling sessions after that were rather tense. But what truly made Hera and Zeus, the Mount Olympus power couple, wasn't the grandeur of their domains, sky, and marriage, but their sheer persistence. No matter how many betrayals, plots, imprisonments, or cattle transformations occurred, they remained married. Their union was less about affection than inevitability, a divine metaphor for endurance, if not exactly romance. It's worth noting that in ancient Greek culture, the gods weren't supposed to be paragons of virtue. They were reflections, larger-than-life versions of human instincts and emotions. Zeus and Hera weren't failing at marriage. They were enacting it in mythological proportions. If the gods couldn't manage fidelity or patience, what hope had mortals? Hera herself was not without admirable qualities. She was regal, majestic, and fierce. A protector of women in childbirth, a symbol of queenship. In Argos, Samos, and Olympia, her cults rivaled even Zeus's. Her iconography, often seated, sceptre in hand, diadem gleaming, exuded dignity. But her stories rarely endear. She is usually the antagonist in someone else's tragedy, a figure of cold rage and calculated cruelty. Whether she ever truly loved Zeus is unclear. What is clearer is that she hated being made a fool, and she made sure no one forgot it. Zeus, for his part, remained unrepentant. He was, after all, the sky. He thundered. He flung lightning. His infidelities weren't expressions of passion so much as dominance, symbolic of his rule over gods and mortals alike. He was not punished for these affairs. He was celebrated even. The mortals he seduced were often elevated, literally turned into stars, trees, or constellations. The children he fathered became heroes. His lovers, though, were ruined, scorned, transformed, or dead. It's here we see the double standard of divine politics. Zeus was the king. Hera was the queen. But she ruled over order, and he ruled over chaos. She enforced loyalty. He flouted it. She punished, he pardoned, and yet, despite it all, they were inseparable. In art, they are depicted side by side, often enthroned, surrounded by peacocks and thunderbolts, embodying the permanence of rule. In myth, they act as a unit, never quite at peace, but never divided. There's a particularly curious tale, preserved in some later sources, where Hera attempts to regain Zeus's attention by withdrawing from him entirely. She retreats to the ends of the earth. Zeus, finding her absence unsettling, stages an elaborate ruse. He has a statue of her made, declares he's marrying someone new, and parades the fake bride through the heavens. Hera, predictably, appears in a fury and, in some accounts, laughs at the deception. They reconcile, at least temporarily. Even in their trickery there was mutual recognition, a divine Cold War, punctuated by absurd peace offerings. The Greeks, for their part, were fascinated by the psychology of this celestial bickering. Tragedians like Euripides and comedians like Aristophanes often leaned into the absurdity of divine squabbles. The gods weren't moral guides, they were cautionary tales. Children in Athens might have heard of Hera's endless vendettas and learned a simple lesson. Don't annoy your wife, especially if she has access to serpents and weather systems. And in religious practice, Hera remained deeply revered. Her festivals, like the Heraia, celebrated feminine strength and social order. Marriages were consecrated in her name. She was feared, yes, but respected. She was a reminder that power in the divine realm wasn't just about thunderbolts. Sometimes it was about endurance and memory and a grudge that could outlast empires. Zeus and Hera's marriage was not a love story in any modern sense. It was a mythological battlefield where fidelity and punishment danced a slow, endless waltz. Yet perhaps their staying power, their refusal to separate no matter the outrage, was a kind of loyalty in itself. An exhausting, toxic, theatrically dysfunctional loyalty. Their quarrels were never resolved. They simply paused between episodes. The ancient Greeks, watching from their temples and altars, would have recognized the truth in that. Because on Mount Olympus, as on Earth, the most bitter arguments are not always the ones that end. They're the ones that keep going. Century after century, myth after myth, husband after husband. On the rocky slope of the Acropolis, amidst marble columns and cicada songs, lies the heart of ancient Athens, a city named not for a king or a warlord, but for a goddess. Not just any goddess, of course, but Athena herself. Warrior, strategist, weaver of fate and cloth. The story of how she came to lend her name to the city is, predictably, one of divine competition, public drama, and yes, petty divine squabbling. It begins, as many good disputes do, with Poseidon. Poseidon, god of the sea, horses and earthquakes, was not known for his subtlety. He was a god of impact, trident in hand, beard bristling with salt and ego, and like most Olympians, he had a taste for dominion. Cities, temples, worshippers, all fair game. And when he looked upon the still unnamed city rising near the Saronic Gulf, he saw opportunity. So, naturally, did Athena. Athena, born from the head of Zeus fully armed, was everything Poseidon was not: measured, strategic, composed. Where he stormed, she planned. Where he roared, she reasoned. But make no mistake, she was no less ambitious. She too wanted a city. And so it was proposed, or more likely demanded, that there be a contest. The city would go to whichever deity could offer the better gift to its people. Now, we might pause to ask, better by what standard? Usefulness? Aesthetic appeal? How well it aged over time? The myths, as usual, are a bit fuzzy on details. But the contest, according to tradition, took place on the Acropolis itself, with the 12 gods present to observe, and King Cecrops, a rather snake-legged fellow, if we believe the stories, serving as judge. Poseidon went first. In true Poseidon fashion, he struck the ground with his trident, and a spring erupted. Depending on the version, it was either seawater or salt water. Not the most refreshing of beverages, mind you, but impressive nonetheless. Some versions say it gushed violently. Others say it formed a small lake, later called the Erectheis. He looked about expectantly. A crowd-pleasing move, certainly. Flashy, loud, moist. Then came Athena's turn. She stepped forward, no theatrics, and planted an olive branch. Silence. A tree? Just a tree? But as it grew, slowly, steadily, the people began to murmur. The olive tree would provide food, oil and wood. It was not just a gift, it was a way of life. In a dry land with shallow soil, olives could thrive. They could be traded, they could feed a city. And so the decision was made. Athena had won. The city would be named Athens. Her temple, the Parthenon, would rise above it. The olive tree would become its symbol. And Poseidon? Well, Poseidon did not take the loss well. He was a sore loser, our sea god. Petulant, some would say. Upon losing, he flooded part of the Attic plain in a fit of divine pique. A wet tantrum, if you will. Others say he merely withdrew, grumbling, back to the depths. But the result was the same. The rivalry lingered. Yet despite the contest's outcome, Poseidon was not entirely banished from Athens. Far from it. A sanctuary to both gods stood atop the Acropolis. The Erechtheion, an ancient temple beside the Parthenon, housed sacred relics of the contest, the saltwater spring known as the Sea of Erechtheus, and Athena's olive tree, said to be the very one she planted. It was a diplomatic compromise. Ancient city-states were deeply religious, and hedging one's divine bets was a prudent move. After all, you never knew when the god you slighted might send a drought, an earthquake, or a vengeful kraken. But the tension between Poseidon and Athena did not end with naming rights. Their rivalry extended to patronage, values, and even aesthetics. Poseidon represented force, passion, raw nature. Athena, meanwhile, embodied intellect, order, and restraint. One was the untamed ocean, the other the measured battlefield. And in many ways, Athens chose the latter, becoming a centre of learning, art, and structured warfare. This symbolic divide was no accident. The Greeks were deeply invested in what their gods represented, and which deities a city honoured told you a great deal about its identity. Sparta, for instance, leaned more toward Ares. Corinth had Aphrodite. Delphi had Apollo. Athens had Athena, and by choosing her, they chose an image of rational strength, of strategy over brawn, of olive branches over tidal waves. But one must not forget, the Greeks loved a grudge. Poseidon, denied Athens, found other cities to favour. Corinth, notably, built temples in his name. He remained a powerful god in coastal areas, worshipped by sailors and merchants alike, and his feuds with Athena spilled over into myths, each more ridiculous than the last. In one tale, Poseidon accuses Athena of helping the hero Perseus, who famously decapitated Medusa. A Gorgon Poseidon himself had once, shall we say, become involved with, under unfortunate circumstances, in a temple of Athena. Athena, ever the perfectionist, was not amused. She punished Medusa with serpents and a petrifying gaze. Whether Poseidon objected is unclear. He tended to move on quickly. Then there was the Trojan War, where Poseidon and Athena found themselves on the same side. At least initially. Both supported the Greeks, both detested the Trojans. But during the long siege, their cooperation frayed. Poseidon, irritated by perceived slights, began to waver in his support. Athena, as always, remained strategically vengeful. Even after the war, their divine paths diverged. Athena aided Odysseus, guiding him home. Poseidon did the opposite, delaying, punishing, sending storms, and making the poor man's journey a decade-long exercise in patience. That Odysseus survived at all is a testament either to Athena's cleverness or to Poseidon eventually getting bored. Back in Athens, the olive tree endured. It was said that even when the Persians sacked the city in 480 BCE and burned the Acropolis, the tree miraculously sprouted again the next day. A sign, the Athenians believed, of their goddess's continued favour. To the Greeks, the tale of the contest was not just myth. It was a foundational story explaining not only the city's name, but its values. The olive tree symbolised peace and prosperity. Athena's victory reinforced the city's image as a place of wisdom, craft, and measured might. Poseidon's loss, meanwhile, served as a kind of cautionary tale, a reminder that flashiness and force do not always win the day, that sometimes the quiet gift, the tree instead of the spring, can shape history. Of course, one might argue that the real pettiness lay in the fact that the gods needed a contest at all. Why not share the city? Why not co-patron it peacefully? But this is Olympus we're talking about, where compromise is considered suspicious and grudges are passed down like heirlooms. The rivalry between Athena and Poseidon may have started with a city, but it came to embody two opposing philosophies. In art and literature, their contrast was drawn again and again. The spear versus the wave, the shield versus the trident. And yet, they were bound together, forever etched into the mythology of Greece, forever circling each other like opposing stars in a constellation of divine egos. Their feud, in its own way, became a kind of collaboration. For what is a good story without a worthy rival? Without someone to shake the foundations? Or, in Poseidon's case, flood them? So the next time you see the ruins of the Parthenon, or walk among olive groves under the Mediterranean sun, remember, this place bears not just Athena's name, but Poseidon's resentment. A silent spring, still said to glisten in the rock, is all that remains of his offering. And above it the olive tree quietly thriving, as if to say, thank you for playing. It began, as many divine quarrels do, with pride, Apollo's to be precise. The golden god of music, prophecy, and a rather inconvenient lack of humour, was basking in the radiance of his own brilliance. His sacred cattle were grazing contentedly in the sun-drenched fields of Pieria. The lyre was tuned, the sky was clear. The chariot of the sun would soon trace its arc across the heavens. In other words, all was well in Apollo's shining world, until it wasn't. You see, someone had stolen his cattle. Not a few. Not a calf here or there. The entire herd had vanished overnight. Now, Apollo, being a god, was not used to losing things. Least of all things that mooed melodiously and glowed faintly with divine energy. He was, to put it gently, incensed. Naturally, he assumed the culprit must be mortal. Mortals were always poking their grubby fingers into divine affairs. Or perhaps a satyr, or a lesser god with nothing better to do. What he did not expect, what no one in their right mind would have expected, was that the thief in question was a newborn. Not a youthful god, not a child, an actual freshly born infant. His name was Hermes. Born just the previous morning to Maia, a reclusive mountain nymph and one of the Pleiades, Hermes was the latest in Zeus's long line of somewhat spontaneous offspring. Maia, ever private, had hidden away in a cave to give birth. Perhaps she hoped her son would grow up quietly, without the chaos of Olympus. But fate and Hermes had other plans. The moment he was born, Hermes began scheming. While Maia slept, exhausted from labour, her son slipped from his cradle and toddled outside. He hadn't yet reached his second hour of life, when he saw Apollo's cattle grazing in a distant field. Most babies look for milk. Hermes looked for targets. He didn't just steal the cattle, he engineered the theft. To mask the tracks, Hermes reversed the hooves of the cows, forcing them to walk backwards. This meant that anyone following the trail would believe the cows had walked in the opposite direction. As for his own footprints, he wore sandals woven from bark and grass, the better to obscure his steps. For a being scarcely able to blink, his ingenuity was unnerving. He herded the stolen cattle into a cave near the river Alpheus, a good distance from their original pasture. There, he sacrificed 2 of them to the 12 Olympians. Well, 11 Olympians, actually, as Hermes cheekily left himself out of the offering, claiming it would be improper. Then, ever the criminal mastermind, he returned to Maia's cave in Arcadia, tucked himself neatly back into his cradle, and waited. Back in Pieria, Apollo was attempting to remain calm. He examined the field. He followed the trail. He frowned. Something didn't make sense. The hoof prints led the wrong way. There were no human footprints, no signs of wild animals, and his divine intuition told him that this wasn't some simple act of nature. Eventually, after much wandering and some divine prodding, Apollo arrived at Maya's cave, and there, swaddled sweetly and blinking up with disarming innocence, lay the thief himself. Apollo confronted the infant. Hermes denied everything. Using the ancient art of baby talk and wide-eyed blinking, he protested his innocence. He claimed he could not possibly have walked, much less managed a complex cattle-rustling operation. "Look at me," he cooed. "Do I look like someone who can steal livestock?" Apollo was not amused. Dragging Hermes from his cradle, gently, one assumes, Apollo stormed up to Olympus and demanded justice from their father, Zeus. The king of the gods listened intently as Apollo laid out his case. A theft had been committed. A herd had been rustled. And the guilty party, shockingly, was an infant with a suspiciously smug expression. Zeus, hearing this tale, did what many fathers do when one child accuses another of improbable mischief. He laughed. The thought of his newborn son outwitting Apollo, stealing divine cattle, and returning to bed undetected was simply too amusing. But Apollo, who didn't often find himself the punchline, was insistent. He wanted his cattle back. He wanted the truth. And preferably, he wanted it without further mockery. Hermes, recognizing that the jig was up, decided to change tactics. Instead of denial, he offered a gift. During his brief period as a fugitive, Hermes had invented something entirely new. A musical instrument made from the shell of a tortoise, with strings stretched across its hollow back. It was the lyre, and it made a sound unlike anything the gods had ever heard. Hermes plucked the strings. The melody filled the hall. It was gentle and strange, a sound that seemed to shimmer with the very essence of twilight. Apollo, god of music, felt his anger soften. His heart, if not his pride, was moved. Hermes offered him the lyre. In return, he asked only for peace, and perhaps a formal role among the gods. Apollo, grudgingly impressed, accepted. The cattle were returned, minus the 2 that had been sacrificed, of course. The lyre was now his, and Hermes had pulled off one of the greatest career launches in divine history. Zeus, thoroughly entertained, formally recognized Hermes as an Olympian. He would become the messenger of the gods, the patron of travellers, merchants, thieves, and those who operated in the grey areas of life. Apollo, for his part, would now wield the lyre as his signature instrument, a symbol of his dominion over music, courtesy of the baby who had once robbed him blind. Their relationship never fully recovered. Apollo, despite the music, never forgot being made a fool of, and Hermes, never one to let a joke die, continued to test the limits of what he could get away with. In one later tale, Hermes stole Apollo's bow. In another, he taught a group of shepherds how to cheat in dice games. He lied with charm. He spoke in riddles. He moved between worlds with a wink and a nod. But for all his mischief, he served a purpose. He was the god of thresholds, of beginnings, boundaries, and in-between places. Roads, doors, deals, and dreams. Apollo, in contrast, was the god of clarity, of light, of laws and reason. The sun in his golden chariot, the healer, the prophet, the musician. Their feud was never violent, but it was enduring. Apollo represented what was fixed, Hermes what was flexible. Apollo was poetry, Hermes was prose. One wrote odes, the other wrote contracts, with clauses in very small print. Yet, in a strange way, they complemented one another. Apollo taught Hermes the art of augury, interpreting omens from birds. Hermes, in turn, shared with Apollo the flute, the shepherd's pipe, and other musical tricks. There was beneath the irritation a kind of grudging mentorship. Still, one imagines that Apollo never quite shook the sting. To be bested by a peer is one thing. To be outwitted by someone in swaddling cloths is quite another, especially when they do it with such flair. But that, perhaps, is what made Hermes so enduring. To the Greeks, Hermes was not just a god. He was a type, the fast talker, the trickster, the charming rogue who bends the rules but somehow makes it work. He was the one you prayed to before a journey, and before a gamble. And Apollo? He was the brilliance you aspired to, the order you relied on. But it was Hermes who made you laugh. Their myth speaks to something timeless. The clever underdog against the powerful authority. The younger sibling with something to prove. The idea that intellect, creativity, and a bit of nerve can overcome even the most radiant power. It also serves as a reminder that even gods, for all their grandeur, are prone to embarrassment, that divine dignity can be punctured, and that sometimes peace is best negotiated over a good tune. In art and poetry, the lyre became synonymous with Apollo, but it was Hermes who made it, who invented music, who found, in the shell of a tortoise, the song of the cosmos. And so, when you hear the twang of strings or see the image of a winged sandal, think of that day when the sun god was humbled and the god of crossroads found his way to Olympus, not through conquest, but through comedy, cunning, and composition. Because in the end, Hermes didn't win with strength. He won with style. If you were to picture the most awkward family gathering on Mount Olympus, and there were many, you'd do well to imagine Artemis seated stiffly at one end of the divine banquet table, arms crossed, gaze pointedly away, while Aphrodite lounged at the other end, flicking grapes into her mouth and pretending not to notice. It wasn't just a clash of personalities. No, that would have been manageable. This was a deep, philosophical incompatibility masquerading as divine rivalry. A contest not of thunderbolts or transformations, well, not usually, but of values, lifestyles, and the distinct belief that the other was utterly insufferable. On one side, Artemis, goddess of the hunt, guardian of the wild, and protector of maidens. Stern, self-possessed, with a bow always within reach, and absolutely no time for romantic entanglements of any sort. Her vow of chastity was not so much a lifestyle choice as a personal crusade. If she'd had a no soliciting sign, it would have been made of bronze and enchanted to shoot arrows. On the other, Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and the gentle chaos of desire. Lush, languid, and delighted by mischief of the heart, she was as comfortable orchestrating a love affair as Artemis was decapitating a stag. Wherever she went, sighs followed, and wherever Artemis went, silence did. And therein lies the problem. Their feud wasn't built on a single moment of betrayal or a slight at a banquet, though those certainly helped. It was a slow-burning tension, an unspoken but mutually understood truth. They simply could not stand each other's company. Let's begin with the basics. Artemis valued discipline, purity, and autonomy. Her band of nymphs swore loyalty and abstinence, roaming forests far from prying eyes. She despised the messiness of attraction. It was beneath her, uncivilized, irrational, and most importantly, distracting. Aphrodite, meanwhile, viewed such resistance as not just puzzling, but offensive. Love, in her view, was the highest form of life's pleasure. To deny it was to deny nature itself. Artemis's cold rejection of such things, a slap in the face of everything Aphrodite stood for. Their divine duties often brought them into conflict. Aphrodite would inspire desire. Artemis would punish those who acted on it. Take, for instance, the case of Hippolytus, a noble young man devoted to Artemis. He shunned love entirely and gave all honour to the virgin goddess. Aphrodite naturally took this as a personal insult. Not just indifference, but disdain. And no one disdains Aphrodite without consequences. So she orchestrated a tragic chain of events. She caused Hippolytus' stepmother, Phaedra, to fall desperately in love with him. He rejected her, horrified. She lied, claimed he had tried to seduce her. His father, Theseus, cursed him. Poseidon obliged. The boy's chariot crashed and he died. Now one might think Artemis would take action, and she did, but only after the boy lay broken and lifeless. She swore revenge, and later arranged for his rebirth and veneration, but by then the damage was done. Aphrodite, for her part, felt perfectly justified. You honour the gods, or you suffer the consequences, especially if the goddess in question is the very embodiment of love, and you are loudly abstinent. Another example? Callisto, a loyal follower of Artemis, sworn to chastity like the rest. Unfortunately, she caught the eye of Zeus, who, in true Olympian fashion, disguised himself, this time as Artemis herself, and seduced her. Callisto became pregnant, something she couldn't hide forever. When Artemis discovered this betrayal, she cast her out, furious. To Artemis, the vow had been broken. To Aphrodite, this was proof of the futility of resistance. Desire, after all, was inevitable. Try to run from it, and it would wear your face and meet you in the woods. Even myth itself often reflected their antipathy. In epic after epic, love and the wild are at odds. Beauty blooms in the court, not the forest. And women, especially mortal ones, are punished more often than praised for trying to live outside Aphrodite's realm. Artemis's world is harsh but clear. Rules are known, boundaries respected. There are no ambiguous invitations, no confusing glances. Her followers run with wolves and live by the moon's cold light. Aphrodite's world is a tangle of tension and velvet. Lines blur. Emotions rise and fall like tides. And her devotees, they rarely come out unscathed. Both realms are powerful, and neither tolerates interference from the other. There's also the matter of masculinity, and how each goddess responded to it. Aphrodite, of course, embraced the entanglements of men. Gods and mortals alike fell at her feet. She had Ares, the god of war, wrapped around her finger despite his iron temperament. She inspired desire with a look, toppled kingdoms with a sigh, and made even the most rational of kings lose their composure. Artemis, conversely, had no patience for male attention. None. Ask Actaeon, a hapless hunter who stumbled upon her while she bathed. It was an honest mistake, or so he might have claimed, had he not been immediately transformed into a stag and ripped apart by his own hounds. The lesson was clear: keep your distance. And yet, the myths often seem to conspire to place these two goddesses in each other's orbit, perhaps because they represented such opposing forces. virginity and lust, self-control and indulgence. The Arrow and the Rose, there's a curious tale of the Judgment of Paris, that infamous divine beauty pageant. Here, Aphrodite competed directly against Athena and Hera, not Artemis, but it's hard not to imagine Artemis watching from the sidelines, arms crossed, unimpressed. The idea that a mortal man should judge a goddess on appearance, that Aphrodite would bribe him with the most beautiful woman in the world. Artemis likely saw the whole affair as a farce, and, one suspects, she was not entirely wrong. What's notable is how their feud was largely ideological. They didn't attack each other directly. Artemis didn't challenge Aphrodite to a duel. Aphrodite didn't cast love spells on Artemis's followers to spite her. Well, not often. But their values were so opposed that every action felt like an affront. They were two queens of two incompatible realms, and the mortals caught between them, especially women, often bore the consequences. You see, ancient Greek society had a complicated view of women. They could be devoted wives or dangerous seductresses, faithful daughters or wild forest maidens. Aphrodite and Artemis embodied those extremes. A woman might pray to Artemis during childbirth. Though a virgin, she was also protector of women in labour. But that same woman might also beg Aphrodite to restore her husband's affection or make her desirable again. To please one goddess often meant offending the other. In this way, the feud between Artemis and Aphrodite became symbolic. Not just a divine cold war, but a reflection of every woman's struggle between independence and intimacy, restraint and romance, the clarity of solitude and the chaos of connection. Artemis offered escape from marriage, from expectation, from entanglement. She and her followers ran freely, wielding weapons, answering to no man. But such freedom came with isolation, and in some cases tragedy. Aphrodite offered power through allure, through softness, through the ability to bend hearts and shift fates. But her gifts came at a cost. Jealousy, obsession, loss. In their own ways, both goddesses demanded devotion, and both punished disloyalty, though in very different styles. Artemis would hunt you down. Aphrodite would make you fall in love with someone entirely unsuitable and watch you unravel. Yet despite, or perhaps because of, their opposition, both remained revered. Their temples stood firm. Their myths endured. And not once, in all the chaos of Olympus, did either admit the other had a point. That's the pettiness of it, really. Not the grand punishments or tragic consequences, but the simple refusal to yield an inch. Aphrodite knew Artemis would never soften. Artemis knew Aphrodite would never stop meddling. They were fixed stars in the same sky, circling each other warily, always shining, never touching. And so the forest and the boudoir remained separate realms. One ruled by the silent hunter in silver, the other by the smiling goddess of roses. And heaven help the mortal who tried to please them both. If ever there was a queen who could turn a raised eyebrow into an instrument of destruction, it was Hera. Wife of Zeus, queen of Olympus, patroness of marriage, and guardian of oaths. Hera had the sort of regal bearing that made you apologize simply for standing near her. With a crown perched high upon her brow, and a scowl finely honed from centuries of divine disappointment, she ruled not only Olympus, but also the bitter art of holding a grudge, especially when it came to her husband's infidelities, which were quite frankly frequent enough to qualify as a weather pattern. Which brings us to Leto. Leto was no seductress, no schemer. She was, if myth is to be believed, one of the more mild-mannered figures in the chaotic soap opera of Olympus. A Titaness by birth, daughter of Coeus and Phoebe, Leto possessed a calm dignity, a quiet presence in a family of loud ambitions. Unfortunately, she also caught the wandering eye of Zeus, and Hera, predictably, was not pleased. Zeus, ever the amorous storm cloud, was charmed by Leto's serenity. She didn't swoon, she didn't scream. She simply accepted, as one might accept the sudden arrival of a thunderstorm. The result, inevitably, was a pregnancy. But this particular pregnancy would not go unnoticed, nor would it go unpunished. Hera's wrath was swift, but not in the thunder and lightning sense. No, this was a slow, strategic revenge, the sort only Hera could devise. She issued a decree: no land under the sun was allowed to offer Leto sanctuary to give birth. It sounds almost poetic, doesn't it? Until you imagine the logistics. Pregnant with twins, swollen and exhausted, Leto was now forced to wander the known world in search of a place to rest. Every island, city, plain and peak turned her away. Not out of cruelty necessarily. Consider the tale of Niobe. Niobe, queen of Thebes, had many children, some say 12, others 14. Flush with pride, she mocked Leto for having only two children. What was that compared to her own brood? She taunted, boasted, and paraded her children through the streets. Apollo and Artemis heard the insult. They descended, swift and merciless. With divine arrows, they slaughtered Niobe's children, boys and girls alike. In most versions, all were slain. In others, a few were spared, but the result was clear. Leto's children did not suffer insults. Niobe fled, weeping, and was eventually turned to stone. To this day, a cliff in Mount Olympus is said to weep with her tears. It wasn't the only act of vengeance. When mortals doubted Apollo's parentage, he reminded them with prophecies so precise they cut like blades. When Artemis heard whispers of Leto's disgrace, she silenced them with arrows. The gods were many things, but they were above all loyal to their narratives. Leto, meanwhile, never sought revenge. She remained serene, withdrawn, a quiet figure amidst Olympus's drama. Her dignity became her weapon. She never raised her voice. She never plotted. And that, more than anything, infuriated Hera. Because Hera's feud with Leto wasn't about passion. It was about principle. Leto had broken no vows. She hadn't seduced Zeus. She had simply existed, gracefully, calmly, and carried divine children. And that quiet success, that gentle defiance, was the deepest insult of all. Other lovers of Zeus had been transformed into cows, trees, or stars. Io had wandered as a heifer. Callisto became a bear. Semele was incinerated. But Leto? She gave birth, survived, and was honoured. She didn't fall. She rose. Delos became one of the most sacred sites in the Greek world. Pilgrims sailed across seas to honour Apollo and Artemis. Poets wrote hymns. Kings sent offerings. Leto's name, once whispered, now echoed in marble halls. And Hera, seated atop Olympus, watched. Perhaps she plotted. Perhaps she muttered, but she never succeeded in bringing Leto low. Because Leto had already won, not by fighting, but by enduring. The feud between Hera and Leto stands apart in Greek mythology. It's not a story of dramatic confrontations or screaming matches. It's not loud. It's not violent. It is a tale of exclusion, resistance, and grace under pressure. Leto's trials, wandering the world while pregnant, barred from shelter, abandoned by her divine peers, mirror the struggles of countless women through history, cast out for reasons beyond their control, punished not for actions, but for mere existence. Yet Leto persisted. She found a loophole. She gave birth, and her children loved her fiercely. In many ways, Leto became the goddess of quiet triumph. Her name doesn't inspire fear, but it does command respect. As for Hera, well, she remained Hera, regal, rigid, perpetually aggrieved. And the feud, though it faded from myth, lingered in the background. Every time someone honoured Delos, Hera must have felt the sting. Every time Apollo's oracle spoke, or Artemis hunted by moonlight, Hera's defeat whispered through the wind. But Hera had her own victories. She remained Queen of Olympus. She guarded marriage. She kept the divine order. And while she could never quite erase Leto, she made sure the memory remained tinged with difficulty. Such is the nature of petty feuds. They're not always loud. Sometimes they live in the corners of silence, in the withheld invitation, in the subtle sneer, in the decree no one questions. And in the end, Hera versus Leto is not the story of a mother-in-law and a rival. It's the story of two women navigating a world ruled by Zeus and finding very different ways to survive it. One through power, the other through perseverance. And so, on that little island in the Aegean, where two of the greatest gods were born, the memory of Hera's spite still lingers. Not in the waves, but in the way the stones seem just a little defiant. As if even the earth itself remembers what it meant to shelter Leto. And stand up, however quietly, to a queen. In the turbulent pantheon of Greek mythology, divine disputes are as common as olive trees in Attica. But few rivalries carry the heavy, quiet weight of Demeter versus Poseidon. It's not a feud fueled by theatrics, nor one immortalized in epic poems. No monstrous transformations, no epic showdowns, no dramatic verdicts from Mount Olympus. Just one goddess, wounded and silenced, and one god striding through myths with the self-assurance of someone who rarely faces consequence. This is not merely a feud, this is a reckoning. Demeter, the goddess of grain, harvest, and fertility, held a power unlike any other deity. She didn't hurl thunderbolts. She didn't stir tempests, but without her, nothing grew. Her influence stretched across the mortal realm in a way few gods could claim. She made civilization possible. Cities were built, laws formed, temples raised, all because the earth could feed the people. And it fed them because Demeter willed it. Poseidon, on the other hand, ruled the seas. He was tempestuous, wild, and profoundly proud. Earthquakes, floods, horses, and even certain rivers fell under his jurisdiction. He was not subtle. His moods shaped coastlines. And when he desired something, or someone, he pursued it with the insistence of an incoming tide. Which brings us to the crux of this myth. In one of the darker corners of the mythological canon, Poseidon became obsessed with Demeter. Why? The sources never say precisely. Maybe it was her beauty, often described as serene and maternal. Maybe it was her aloofness. Demeter didn't cavort with the other gods much. She stayed in her groves, her fields, her sanctuaries. Or maybe Poseidon, ever drawn to the untamed, saw something he could not possess and decided to make it his. Demeter rejected him, clearly, unequivocally. But rejection to Poseidon was never the end of the story. When his advances turned aggressive, Demeter ran. She transformed herself into a mare and hid among a herd of wild horses in Arcadia. This wasn't a playful transformation. It was an act of desperation. A goddess of immeasurable power reduced to flight and disguise. Her very divinity couldn't protect her from what was coming. Poseidon found her. He changed into a stallion, tracked her down, and mounted her. Even in the form of a horse, his violation could not be softened. There are no polite euphemisms here. It was rape, plain and brutal. And Greek mythology, so often focused on heroes and monsters, barely flinches as it moves past the event. But the consequences linger. From this act came 2 children. Arion, a miraculous horse who could speak and run without tiring, and Despoina, a mysterious goddess who was worshipped in secretive rites in Arcadia. While Arion became part of heroic tales, Despoina's worship was shrouded in mystery, often associated with shadows and silence. She represented something hidden, something not spoken aloud. And what of Demeter? She was shattered, but not broken. Rather than confront Poseidon in open defiance, she did something more devastating. She withdrew. She left Olympus, left her duties, left the fields. And when Demeter is gone, nothing grows. The fertile earth turns hard. Grain withers in the soil. Animals die. Hunger spreads. The world begins to starve. This wasn't her first disappearance. She would later vanish again during her daughter Persephone's abduction. But this departure was different. It was personal. Demeter did not scream. She did not wage war. She simply allowed the world to feel the full weight of what it meant to lose her. Eventually the gods noticed. Mortals cried out. Sacrifices ceased. Worship faltered. And without mortal belief and offerings, the gods themselves began to weaken. It was not lightning or war that threatened Olympus. It was famine. And famine, in this world, was Demeter's to command. The myths are vague on how long this period lasted. Weeks, months, perhaps longer. But eventually, something had to give. And so, Demeter was coaxed back. Not by Poseidon, not by apology, but by necessity. She returned to the world. Crops grew, fields turned green again. The cycle resumed. But her grudge remained. Unlike other goddesses who faded after trauma, Demeter did not become a tragic footnote. She emerged stronger. She would become the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries, a deeply sacred cult that offered promises of rebirth and eternal life. These rites, cloaked in secrecy, centered on the story of Demeter and her daughter Persephone, but they also drew from her deeper narrative, that of suffering, withdrawal, and return. And Poseidon? He did not suffer. He continued as ever, ruling the sea, striking the ground with his trident, fathering strange children. He never faced retribution. There was no trial, no punishment, no divine intervention. This, too, is part of the myth's uncomfortable truth. But there was a consequence, nonetheless. Exile from her world. Poseidon was never again welcomed into Demeter's domain. His name does not appear in her temples. Their symbols never intertwine. Unlike the sprawling, interconnected pantheon, where gods frequently intermarry, reconcile, and conspire, Poseidon and Demeter remain distant. The silence between them is absolute, and for a god to be ignored is sometimes more painful than to be cursed. This feud, if it can be called that, is one-sided. Poseidon seems unbothered, but the myth gives us clues that he knows. He stays away. His storms avoid her groves. His waves do not lap the fields she blesses. It is as though he respects, or perhaps fears, the boundary she drew in the soil. Demeter's strength lay not in revenge, but in presence, in returning, in thriving. She did not let Poseidon define her. She allowed herself grief, yes, and retreat. But she returned not as a victim, but as a matriarch, as a lawgiver, as a protector. Her Eleusinian rites became among the most celebrated in ancient Greece. Pilgrims travelled from far lands to seek her blessing. Kings and peasants alike revered her. In her mystery cult, participants learned that even the deepest sorrow could lead to rebirth. That descent was not the end. That silence was not surrender. In these rites, nothing of Poseidon was mentioned. He was erased, and perhaps that is where Demeter's victory lies. Not in vengeance, not in confrontation, but in outlasting him. There is a common thread in mythology where gods violate and goddesses endure. But Demeter's story feels different. It lingers. It unsettles. It reminds us that power does not always shout. Sometimes it simply refuses to look you in the eye again. In modern terms, we would say Demeter set a boundary and kept it. She did not forgive. She did not forget. And she did not allow the violation to consume her identity. She remained herself, wholly and fiercely, that Poseidon could not touch. In literature, we often crave closure, punishment, justice, balance. But in myth, closure is rare. The Greeks were honest about that. Their stories often leave wounds open. And in this case, the wound didn't close. It became part of the terrain. Arcadia, where the assault occurred, remained a sacred place. Wild, powerful. It was home to cults of Demeter and Despoina, where the rituals were performed in secrecy, and where even men had to avert their eyes from certain rites. The horses that galloped across its fields were seen not just as animals, but as symbols of the divine, and of the power that rides with women who reclaim their dignity. Even in the animal kingdom, horses were sacred to both Poseidon and Demeter. But where Poseidon represented their wild strength and chaos, Demeter was linked to their service in agriculture, the yoke, the plough. In their shared symbol, the split is complete. One god rules by storm, the other by cycle. The myth also marks one of the earliest recognitions in storytelling that trauma can be survived, but not erased. That pain shapes, but does not define. And that dignity, once reclaimed, can become holy. And so Demeter continued. She watched over crops. She guided mortals in the ways of planting, harvesting, and thanking the earth. She ensured that humanity could survive the harshness of winter and the bounty of spring. Her lessons were not only of survival, but of justice. When mortals wronged her, she punished. When they honoured her, she rewarded. But she never forgot the lines that had been crossed. Poseidon may have wielded a trident and churned the seas, but Demeter, with her sickle and silence, cultivated a more lasting power. A power that nourishes. A power that remembers. A power that says, quietly but firmly, never again. And so, when we think of the petty quarrels and grand feuds of Olympus, remember this one, not for its spectacle, but for its endurance. Not every grudge needs a thunderbolt. Sometimes it just needs a field that refuses to grow. In the labyrinthine halls of Greek mythology, where gods are as petty as they are powerful, and mortals are regularly squashed like insects for daring to excel, there is one tale that unravels slowly, beautifully, and with biting irony. It begins not with war, or lust, or prophecy, but with the hum of a loom. Athena versus Arachne is a feud so petty it feels almost modern. Not the type to inspire Iliads or epic sea voyages. No ships are launched over a loom. And yet, it is one of the most enduring tales in mythology, precisely because it is so achingly human. Pride, talent, truth, and consequences. Let's start with Athena, the goddess of wisdom, strategy, and crafts. a divine paradox, a war goddess who favoured diplomacy, a virgin deity who oversaw marriage, and a proud goddess of reason who, occasionally, lost her temper in the most unreasonable ways. Among her many domains, weaving was one of Athena's proudest claims. In ancient Greece, weaving was far more than domestic drudgery. It was an art form, an economic engine, and a deeply gendered ritual. Women wove the textiles that clothed families, outfitted warriors, and adorned temples. Skill with a loom was synonymous with virtue, patience, and intelligence. Naturally, Athena was considered the divine patron of this essential craft. She was said to have woven her own armour and designed the first loom. In fact, her gift of the olive tree to Athens was often accompanied in art and poetry by the gift of weaving. Enter Arachne, a mortal girl from the region of Lydia, known not for her lineage or her beauty, but for her utterly astonishing weaving. Her father was a humble dyer of purple wool. Important work, but not noble. Arachne was no princess, no muse-touched maiden, just a common girl with uncommon hands. People travelled miles to see her tapestries. Her threads shimmered like sunlight through leaves. Her designs were so intricate, birds seemed to flutter and gods to breathe on the fabric. It was said that even the nymphs came to marvel at her work. And soon the whispers began. She weaves like Athena herself, they said. She weaves better, murmured others, perhaps with a glance over their shoulders. Arachne heard these whispers, and she did not correct them. When questioned about her talent, she shrugged off the idea that the gods had anything to do with it. "It's my skill," she said, matter-of-factly. "I learned it. I practiced. No goddess guided my hand." Now, hubris in Greek mythology is less about ego and more about overstepping. Mortals can be proud. They can even be great. But to claim equality with the gods? That's like juggling thunderbolts while standing on Zeus's dining table. So, naturally, Athena heard about Arachne, and naturally, she decided to pay her a visit. In some tellings, Athena arrives disguised as an old woman, her cloak wrapped around her like a winter fog. She warns Arachne gently, "Be careful. Show humility. Thank the gods for your gift." Arachne snorts. "Why should I? I earned this skill. Let Athena come if she dares. Let her try me." In that moment, the old woman disappears. In her place stands Athena, radiant, armoured, eyes like storm clouds on the verge of a downpour. "So be it," she says. Thus begins the great weaving contest. 2 looms, 2 sets of hands, one divine, one mortal. An audience of nymphs, mortals, and the invisible watchful presence of fate. Athena sets to work. Her tapestry is a celebration of the god's glory. At the centre, her contest with Poseidon for the city of Athens. She shows herself victorious, offering the olive tree. Around the borders she weaves cautionary tales. Mortals who challenged the divine and paid dearly. Niobe, who lost her children. Capaneus, who defied Zeus and was blasted from his siege ladder. Pentheus, torn apart for mocking Dionysus. Athena's message is as refined as it is unmistakable. Know your place. Arachne, undaunted, weaves something very different. Her tapestry tells the stories that people whispered in shadows, the dark underbelly of Olympus. She shows Zeus transforming into animals and rain to seduce or overpower mortal women. Leda and the swan, Europa and the bull, Danae and the golden rain. She depicts Poseidon pursuing Medusa inside Athena's own temple, Apollo chasing Daphne, Dionysus, wild and staggering, corrupting innocence, the gods as lechers, deceivers, bullies, and the artistry, perfection. not a thread out of place. Each panel breathes. The fabric itself seems to judge its audience. When they finish, Athena stands in silence. She inspects the tapestry. She cannot find fault, not in the craftsmanship, and not painfully in the truth. And that is what breaks her. She does not praise, she does not concede, she destroys. With divine fury, Athena tears Arachne's tapestry to shreds. She rips the loom apart, and she turns on the girl who dared to speak truth to Olympus. In some versions, she strikes Arachne. In others, she simply curses her. The result is the same. Arachne, humiliated, rejected, and crushed by the injustice of it all, hangs herself. And here, the story could end. Another mortal destroyed for daring too much. But Athena, perhaps moved by regret, perhaps seeking poetic balance, revives Arachne, not as a girl, but as a spider. You shall live, Athena says, but you shall weave forever, and never again will you challenge the gods. Arachne's body shrinks, her limbs lengthen, her fingers become legs. She hangs from a thread, and thus the first spider spins her web. This myth, more than many, demands unpacking. On the surface it reads as a cautionary tale. Mortal pride meets divine wrath. The end. But look closer. Arachne's pride was not unfounded. She truly was the best. Her tapestry didn't insult the gods. It revealed them. She held a mirror up to Olympus and said, "Look." Her punishment was not for lying. It was for telling the truth. And that makes this feud uniquely uncomfortable. Athena, goddess of wisdom, behaves not with reason but with rage. She cannot tolerate criticism. She cannot reward honesty. She chooses destruction over grace. Why? Because Arachne committed the unforgivable sin of being right. This story resonates today because it captures the timeless struggle between talent and power. Arachne was an artist, a young woman from nowhere who dared to be better than the system. She created beauty, yes, but she also spoke truth. And power hates truth when it undermines control. In silencing Arachne, Athena also silenced every artist who might dare speak too clearly. Yet in transforming her, Athena ensured that Arachne's legacy would endure. Spiders became sacred to weavers. In medieval Europe, they were sometimes associated with diligence and patience. And today, Arachne lives on not only in literature, but in biology, arachnids, named for the girl who wove too well. Even her punishment was laced with irony. Athena meant to reduce her, to make her small. But spiders are, in their way, powerful. Their webs are marvels of engineering, stronger than steel by weight. Invisible traps, spun from nothing. Every thread a monument. In transforming Arachne, Athena ensured that her art would survive where temples crumble and statues fade. There's another layer to this myth too, the role of women and voice. Weaving in the ancient world was one of the few socially acceptable means of storytelling for women. They couldn't speak in the agora. They rarely held power. But through cloth, they recorded weddings, funerals, myths, and memories. A tapestry could speak when a woman could not. And Arachne used that voice unflinchingly. She wove not romance, but violation. Not glory, but cruelty. She refused to whitewash. In doing so, she crossed not just a divine boundary, but a societal one. And for that, she was punished, not by mortals, but by the goddess of logic herself. Some scholars see Athena's act as a betrayal of her own principles. Others interpret it as a test. Arachne failed, not in talent, but in diplomacy. She didn't couch her critique. She didn't offer flattery. She was blunt, and bluntness, especially from women in myths, or anywhere, rarely ends well. Yet the myth endures. Writers and artists have returned to it for centuries. Dante references Arachne in the Inferno, suspended in her own web. Ovid tells a tale with sympathy in the Metamorphoses. Modern poets and feminists have reclaimed her as a symbol of silent genius. She is everywhere, really. Every time a girl draws something controversial and is told to be nice. Every time an artist is told to stay in their lane. Every time someone in power bristles at uncomfortable truth told beautifully. Arachne spins still, and Athena, for all her wisdom, remains a cautionary tale in her own right. Her legacy is not just the olive tree or the city named for her, it is also the silence she tried to impose. The truth she couldn't bear to see made real. So the next time you see a spider's web, fragile, geometric, gleaming in the dawn, remember the girl who wove gods into truth, who refused to lower her eyes, who paid the price. And remember this too, not all feuds are loud. Some are stitched in silk. Some last forever. Arachne won in the end, not because she lived, but because she was remembered. Because she wove what could not be unseen. And Athena, however reluctantly, ensured that the loom would never fall silent again. Among all the divine squabbles and Olympian theatrics, there is perhaps no feud more enduring and more deeply steeped in the peculiar mix of love, pride, and jealousy than the one waged by Hera, queen of the gods. Her battles were not fought with swords or lightning, but with glances, punishments, transformations, and curses. Subtle, symbolic, and, frequently, brutal. And the targets? Almost always women. Women, it must be said, who had the misfortune of catching Zeus's wandering eye. Now, to properly understand Hera's position, let's begin with context. Hera was not merely the wife of Zeus, she was a powerful goddess in her own right, a daughter of Cronus and Rhea, and the goddess of marriage, women, and childbirth. She had dignity. She had status. She had temples and priestesses and sacred animals, notably the peacock and the cow. She was a protector of matrimony and morality. And yet, her mythological legacy is one of near constant bitterness. Why? Because she was married to Zeus, the king of the gods, and a world-class philanderer. Zeus's list of romantic entanglements would make even the most seasoned soap opera writers blush. Nymphs, mortals, titans, even the occasional goddess, none were safe from his attention. And for each of his escapades, Hera responded not by striking Zeus down, which, one might argue, would have been both fair and efficient, but by targeting the women involved, whether they were willing participants or not. This, of course, has puzzled and irritated generations of readers. Why, we ask, didn't Hera punish Zeus? Why turn her divine fury on women who more often than not were victims of trickery, force, or transformation? The answer, if there is one, lies in the strange emotional logic of myth. Hera's wrath wasn't fair. It wasn't rational. It was deeply personal. And in the ancient world, where marriage was about loyalty, status, and dominance, her fury made a kind of mythological sense. So let's take a quiet stroll through some of the pettier, sadder, and more unforgettable moments of Hera's vendetta. Let us begin with Io, a priestess of Hera. Zeus fell in love with her, no surprise there, and, to hide his affair, turned her into a cow. A literal cow, Hera, ever suspicious, demanded the animal as a gift. She then appointed a watchman, Argus, who had 100 eyes, to guard Io. Zeus, being Zeus, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with music and kill him. Hera was livid. She took Argus's eyes and placed them on the tail of the peacock, one of her sacred animals. Then she sent a gadfly to torment poor Io, who, still a cow, wandered across Europe and Asia in misery until she finally reached Egypt and was restored to human form. From priestess to cow, to exile to goddess, a journey dictated by divine infidelity and divine vengeance. Next up, we have Callisto, a follower of Artemis sworn to chastity. Zeus seduced or assaulted her, depending on the version, and she became pregnant. When Hera discovered the affair, she did not confront Zeus. She transformed Callisto into a bear. Eventually, Callisto's son nearly killed her during a hunt. To prevent this, Zeus placed them both in the stars, as the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. A touching ending, perhaps. But Hera, not to be outdone, was said to have persuaded Oceanus and Tethys never to let those stars bathe in their waters, hence why those constellations never set below the horizon. Even in the heavens, Hera's wrath lingered. Then there was Leto, mother of Apollo and Artemis. Hera, furious that Leto was pregnant by Zeus, banned her from giving birth on any land under the sun. Every island and country turned her away, fearing Hera's vengeance. At last, Leto found Delos, a floating island not anchored to the earth, and gave birth there. Even then, Hera delayed the birth by holding back Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth. Only after 9 agonizing days did the twins arrive. In each of these stories, Hera's fury is relentless, but the most infamous of her targets may be Semele, a mortal woman and the mother of Dionysus. Zeus, enamoured of Semele, visited her in secret. Hera, discovering the affair, disguised herself as an old woman and sowed doubt in Semele's mind. "If Zeus truly loves you," she said slyly, "ask him to reveal himself in his true divine form." Semele, trusting in her lover, did exactly that. Zeus, bound by a promise, appeared in his full glory, thunder, lightning, radiance, and Semele was incinerated on the spot. Zeus, to salvage the situation, rescued the unborn child and stitched him into his own thigh. Thus, Dionysus was born, twice born actually, and Hera, once again, was left to stew. She did not stop there. Hera pursued Dionysus throughout his youth, driving him mad, exiling him, and making his followers suffer. She drove the mortal woman Ino insane for fostering the infant god. Her fury was a flood, affecting not just her rivals, but their children, their friends, their cities. She once drove Heracles, son of Zeus and Alcmene, into a madness so fierce that he killed his own wife and children. This was not a one-off punishment, it was a lifelong vendetta. Even after death, Hera's feud with Heracles continued. But perhaps the most chilling example of Hera's pettiness is the story of Echo. Echo was a mountain nymph with a lovely voice and a tendency to talk too much. She was also a useful distraction. When Zeus visited the nymphs, Echo kept Hera busy with long-winded conversations, allowing Zeus to sneak away. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo to only repeat the last word spoken to her. Echo's voice, once her greatest gift, was reduced to mimicry. She would later fall in love with the beautiful Narcissus, but unable to speak her feelings, she faded away until only her voice remained. So, what do we make of all this? On one hand, Hera's actions are, undeniably, petty. She punishes women for Zeus's misdeeds. She lashes out not at the source of her pain, but at its symbols. She is vindictive, unrelenting, and frankly, terrifying. And yet, Hera is also tragic. She is the goddess of marriage in a marriage that is perpetually broken. She is bound to Zeus not just by love, but by mythology, by the structure of the divine order. She cannot leave, she cannot punish him, so she strikes where she can. Her wrath is the wrath of someone who has been repeatedly humiliated, yet must still play the role of queen. She is expected to stand tall, dignified, serene, while her husband cavorts with mortals and immortals alike. Her feud, in a way, is not with individual women. It is with the system that traps her. Of course, myth doesn't excuse her behaviour. Her victims are often innocent. Her vengeance ruins lives. But it does make her story more complex. Hera isn't simply a villain. She's a symbol of how power, pain, and pride entangle. She embodies a very specific kind of fury, one that simmers beneath the surface, elegant and poised until it boils over. The ancient Greeks saw her not just as cruel, but as a guardian of oaths, a deity who reminded mortals and gods of the sanctity of promises. She punished not just infidelity, but betrayal. And perhaps that's why her rage endures. It's not just about jealousy. It's about betrayal of loyalty, the violation of trust, the breaking of sacred vows. Hera's feud with her rivals isn't just emotional, it's ideological. She cannot strike Zeus, so she strikes what he values. And in doing so, she asserts her power in the only way allowed to her. Her temples remained among the most revered in the Greek world. At Samos, Argos, and Olympia, she was worshipped with grandeur. She was not feared alone, she was respected. Queens and brides invoked her name. Her presence loomed large in wedding rituals and state ceremonies, because even in her pettiness, Hera remained the queen. And what is a queen, in mythology, if not a paradox? Loved and feared, dignified and wrathful, bound and unyielding. Hera's feud was eternal, but so was her influence. In the end, she outlasted many of her rivals. Io became a goddess in Egypt. Callisto rose to the stars. Semele died. Leto gave birth to powerful gods. But Hera remained on Olympus, watching, judging, unforgiving. She was the storm behind the throne, the thunder beneath the crown. And though her targets changed, her fury never did. Greek mythology is not known for its warm family stories. If you're looking for examples of sibling affection, stable marriages, or happy inheritances, you would do better consulting a different canon entirely, perhaps something involving woodland creatures. But in terms of familial catastrophe, no line suffers more richly, repeatedly, and bloodily than the House of Atreus. To enter their world is to enter a multi-generational horror story laced with betrayal, murder, cannibalism, and divine vengeance. Every child of this family inherits not only a kingdom, but a legacy soaked in ancestral guilt. Even by mythological standards, their saga reads like a curse that festers across centuries. So for tonight, we turn down the oil lamp, settle into our most uncomfortable cloak, and drift into the quiet but relentless doom of one of the most cursed families in myth. It all begins, unsurprisingly, with a quarrel over power. At the root of the Atreid curse is Tantalus, a king favoured by the gods. He was even allowed to dine with them, an unthinkable honour for a mortal. But naturally he abused this privilege. In one version of his story, he steals ambrosia and nectar from the gods and shares it with mortals. In another, far darker account, he kills his own son, Pelops, chops him up, and serves him to the gods as a stew, just to see if they'll notice. It was a culinary challenge the gods did not appreciate, Most of them were, thankfully, wise to the trick. They refused to eat, all except Demeter, who, distracted by grief over her daughter Persephone, ate a portion of Pelops' shoulder. When the truth was revealed, the gods reassembled Pelops and replaced the missing bit with a shoulder of ivory. He was resurrected, gleaming and whole. Tantalus, meanwhile, was punished eternally in the underworld. His name lives on in the word tantalize, for he stands in a pool of water he can't drink, beneath fruit he can't reach. But the damage had already begun. The family was marked. Pelops, now back among the living, grew up to be a handsome and ambitious man. He sought the hand of Hippodamia, daughter of King Oenomaus. The king, however, wasn't keen on marrying her off. Every suitor had to race him in a chariot, and everyone lost and was executed. Pelops, not keen to die, turned to Poseidon, who once had a fondness for him, and received a divine chariot. He also, and here the myth gets murky, either bribed or seduced the king's charioteer, Myrtilus, asking him to sabotage the wheels. Oenomaus crashed and died. Pelops, victorious, married Hippodamia. But when Myrtilus expected a reward, Pelops killed him, hurling him into the sea. As he drowned, Myrtilus cursed Pelops and all his descendants. That's curse number 2. Pelops and Hippodamia had many children, including Atreus and Thyestes, the next bearers of doom. These two brothers would continue the fine family tradition of betrayal, rivalry, and bloodshed. When the throne of Mycenae became vacant, the brothers jostled for power. Atreus was chosen to rule, but Thyestes seduced Atreus' wife and stole a golden ram, a symbol of divine favour, and claimed the throne. Atreus, upon discovering this treachery, did not respond with diplomacy. He pretended to reconcile. He invited Thyestes to a grand feast. Thyestes arrived, ate heartily, and then learned, too late, that the meal had been made from the flesh of his own sons. Yes, it's one of these feasts again. Atreus revealed the severed heads and hands of the boys after the meal, just to make the trauma complete. Thyestes fled in horror, and the gods, not surprisingly, were appalled. The curse deepened. Eventually Thyestes, through an oracle's advice, realized that to truly avenge himself, he would have to father a child with his own daughter, Pelopia. That child, born of incest and revenge, was Aegisthus. Meanwhile, Atreus raised Aegisthus as his own, unaware of the child's true origin. When Aegisthus grew up and learned the truth, he murdered Atreus, thus completing Thyestes' vengeance. From there, we enter the age of Atreus' sons, Agamemnon and Menelaus, heroes of the Trojan War. Menelaus, of course, is most famous for being the wronged husband of Helen, whose abduction by Paris sparked the war. But it's Agamemnon, the elder brother, who takes centre stage in the family's continued unravelling. Agamemnon married Clytemnestra, sister of Helen. When the Trojan War broke out, he led the Greek forces. But en route to Troy, the fleet was becalmed at Aulis. The seer Calchas declared that the only way to appease the gods was to sacrifice Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia. Agamemnon agreed. He lured Iphigenia to Aulis under the pretense of a wedding and then sacrificed her. In some versions, Artemis spares her at the last moment. In others, she dies. But regardless of the version, the betrayal enraged Clytemnestra. While Agamemnon was away fighting for 10 years, Clytemnestra took Aegisthus. Yes, the same Aegisthus, son of Thyestes and Pelopia, as her lover. When Agamemnon returned from Troy, triumphant and burdened with spoils, including the prophetess Cassandra, daughter of Priam, he expected a hero's welcome. Instead, he was murdered. In some accounts, Clytemnestra stabs him in the bath. In others, she nets him like a fish, and Aegisthus finishes the job. Cassandra, cursed to always speak true but never be believed, prophesies the doom but is ignored, and killed too. This sets the stage for the next generation, Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra. As a boy, Orestes was spirited away to safety. When he reached adulthood, he returned to avenge his father, and he did by killing his own mother. This act, while noble by the logic of revenge, placed him in a terrible bind. He was guilty of matricide, a crime so severe it was considered unnatural, even for myth. The Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, descended upon Orestes. They chased him across Greece, driving him mad. He sought refuge in Delphi, and Apollo offered vague comfort. But only a trial in Athens, presided over by Athena herself, could resolve the matter. This moment marks the mythical beginning of law triumphing over blood vengeance. The jury was split. Athena cast the deciding vote. Orestes was acquitted. It was a turning point in the mythos, a transition from eternal cycles of revenge to structured justice. But still, the blood-soaked legacy of the House of Atreus remained. The sins of the fathers and mothers never vanished. They were inherited like dusty thrones and cursed swords. We must ask, what drives this chain of suffering? The gods? Certainly, divine meddling plays a role, but often the gods simply amplify what's already in motion: jealousy, ambition, desire. What truly sustains the curse is the refusal to forgive, the insistence on revenge as virtue. Every generation inherits a scar and then deepens it. There are echoes of this pattern in many cultures: family curses, generational trauma, the idea that what is unresolved does not disappear. It festers. The Atreid saga speaks to the horror of being born into a narrative already in progress, one that demands your participation whether you want it or not. And yet, myth offers glimmers of hope. Orestes' trial suggests that the cycle can end, that justice can replace vengeance, that healing, however faint, is possible. But the House of Atreus also reminds us that endings come slowly, that even acquittal doesn't erase pain. The Furies, appeased by Athena, become the Eumenides, the kindly ones. Their role changes from vengeance to protection. It is a poetic shift. The very forces that once destroyed now preserve. In the ancient world, such stories weren't cautionary tales in the modern sense. They were explanations for the world's cruelty. Why do innocent people suffer? Why does history repeat itself? The answer: the past is never really past. And so we sit, watching the fire flicker, and listen for the tread of doomed footsteps. A banquet prepared, a net tightened, a voice warning but unheard. The House of Atreus is not merely a myth, it's a mirror, a reminder that family legacies can be burdens, that justice requires courage, that cycles can break, but only at great cost. And perhaps, above all, it reminds us that sometimes, to survive a curse, we must choose not to pass it on. Our descent into doomed dynasties concludes with perhaps the most infamous cursed figure of all. Oedipus, the man who solved a riddle, became king, and unknowingly fulfilled a prophecy so dreadful that it echoes through literature and psychology to this day. The Oedipus myth is not only a tale of fate and misfortune, it is a study in how the pursuit of truth, no matter how noble, can lead to ruin when the truth is more terrible than ignorance. Let us now dim the oil lamp, Draw close to the hearth and tread carefully into the city of Thebes, where the gods play their cruel games, and no man escapes his appointed path. Oedipus was born the son of King Laius and Queen Jocasta of Thebes. At his birth, an oracle declared that he would one day kill his father and marry his mother. This was not the sort of news one celebrates with a feast and a toast. Horrified, Laius ordered the infant to be taken into the wilderness and abandoned. To ensure the deed was done, Oedipus's ankles were pierced and bound, a cruel detail that would mark him forever. The servant entrusted with the task, however, could not go through with it, and instead gave the child to a shepherd, who in turn delivered him to the childless king and queen of Corinth, Polybus and Merope, who raised him as their own. And so, Oedipus grew up believing he was a Corinthian prince, destined for kingship. He was clever, strong, and confident. But one day, at a feast, a drunkard hinted that he was not the true son of Polybus. Disturbed, Oedipus sought out the oracle at Delphi to learn the truth. As oracles often do, it answered not the question he asked, but the one he feared most. You are fated to kill your father and marry your mother. Appalled, Oedipus resolved never to return to Corinth, believing Polybus and Merope to be his real parents. In an effort to outmaneuver destiny, he walked directly into it. On his way to Thebes, at a narrow place in the road, somewhere between coincidence and cruel design, Oedipus met an old man and his entourage. A dispute arose, tempers flared, and Oedipus, ever quick to anger, slew the travellers. One of them was, unbeknownst to him, his true father, King Laius. Having unwittingly committed patricide, Oedipus continued on to Thebes. The city was under siege, not by armies, but by a sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman. The sphinx posed a riddle to all who passed, and those who failed to answer correctly were devoured. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? She asked. Oedipus replied, Man, who crawls as a baby, walks on 2 legs as an adult, and uses a cane in old age. The Sphinx, defeated, flung herself from a cliff. Thebes was saved, and its people were grateful. Their king was dead. Their queen, Jocasta, was widowed. And so they offered Oedipus the crown and the hand of the queen. He accepted both. Thus, the prophecy was fulfilled. Oedipus had killed his father and married his mother, but neither he nor Jocasta knew it. Years passed. Thebes flourished under Oedipus's rule. He and Jocasta had 4 children, 2 sons, Eteocles and Polynices, and 2 daughters, Antigone and Ismene. All seemed well until a second plague struck the city. Crops withered, livestock perished, and women stopped bearing children. The people cried out to the gods for relief. The oracle at Delphi was consulted once more. The message was clear. The plague would not lift until the murderer of King Laius was found and punished. Eager to save his city, Oedipus swore to uncover the truth. He called upon Tiresias, the blind prophet of Apollo. Tiresias was reluctant to speak, but when pressed he declared, "You are the one you seek." Oedipus, horrified and disbelieving, accused the prophet of treason. He suspected a plot. Perhaps Creon, Jocasta's brother, sought the throne, but Jocasta urged him to calm himself. Oracles were not always to be trusted, she said. After all, she and Laius had once received a prophecy that their son would kill his father. But the child had died, and Laius had been killed by bandits at a crossroads. At which point Oedipus paled. He, too, had killed a man at a crossroads. The timing, the location, the number of attendants, everything matched. Soon, a messenger from Corinth arrived with more news. King Polybus had died. Oedipus rejoiced, believing he had escaped the first half of the prophecy. But then the messenger added, almost casually, "You were adopted, you know." He had been given to Polybus by a shepherd from Thebes, the same shepherd who had once served King Laius. The last piece fell into place. Jocasta, realizing the truth, fled to her chamber and hanged herself. Oedipus followed shortly after and found her body. In his agony, he took the gold pins from her dress and blinded himself, driving them into his eyes with the ferocity of grief. Thus the prophecy was complete, not through malice or evil, but through fate's slow, deliberate weaving. Oedipus, now blind and broken, begged to be exiled. Creon, who assumed power, granted the request. Oedipus left Thebes, led by his daughter Antigone, to live out his days as a wandering outcast. His story did not end with exile. Eventually, he arrived at Colonus, near Athens, where he found sanctuary. There, according to myth, Oedipus was granted a peaceful death, and buried in a secret place known only to the gods. His grave became a source of protection for the land, a strange reward for a life of immense suffering. But Oedipus's curse did not die with him. His sons, Eteocles and Polynices, quarrelled over the throne. When Polynices was exiled and returned with an army, the two brothers killed each other in battle. Antigone, ever faithful, defied the king's orders and buried her brother. For this, she was sentenced to death, walled alive in a tomb. Her betrothed, Creon's son, took his own life in despair. His mother, Creon's wife, followed. In the house of Oedipus, tragedy was not a single storm. It was a deluge that consumed generations. So what are we to make of this tale? Oedipus is not a villain. He does not act with cruelty or ill intent. He is intelligent, brave, and earnest. He saves Thebes. He seeks justice. And yet he is doomed, not by his actions, but by his origins. His story poses uncomfortable questions. Can one escape fate? Is it better not to know? What is the cost of truth? Greek audiences would have known the story well. They didn't come to be surprised. They came to watch the inevitability unfold, to feel the weight of fate, to ask, what would I have done? In later philosophy, especially among the Stoics, the tale was interpreted as a lesson in accepting one's destiny. Oedipus suffers not because he is evil, but because he resists what has already been decreed. For modern minds, the story became something else entirely. Sigmund Freud saw in Oedipus the hidden desires of the unconscious mind. The Oedipus complex, the idea that children harbour repressed feelings for their parents, transformed a myth into a psychological framework. It was controversial, of course, and still debated today. But it shows the enduring power of the myth. What is it about Oedipus that stays with us? Perhaps it's the irony, the man who seeks the truth only to destroy himself with it, or the idea that our greatest virtues, intelligence, bravery, honesty, can also lead us to ruin. Or maybe it's the quiet horror of discovering that the life you built, the family you love, the person you believe yourself to be, is founded on a secret so terrible it can never be undone. And yet, there's something noble in Oedipus's fall. He does not run from his guilt. He does not deny it. He accepts it. He punishes himself. He begs to be cast out. In a way, he restores order, not through might, but through accountability. His story ends not in vengeance, but in atonement. As we leave the candlelight of myth and step back into the stillness of our modern rooms, Oedipus remains with us, A figure of tragedy, yes, but also of profound humanity. He teaches us that ignorance is not always bliss, that the past, no matter how deeply buried, will rise. That truth, once seen, cannot be unseen, and that sometimes, to find peace, we must be willing to face the darkest parts of ourselves. Once upon a time, though, as with all Greek myths, once is more a suggestion than a precise timestamp, there lived a man named Orpheus. Now, Orpheus was not a warrior, nor a king, nor even a demigod, which made him something of a novelty in Greek storytelling. Instead, he was a musician, but not just any musician. Orpheus was said to play the lyre so beautifully that even stones wept, and rivers slowed their flow to listen. Birds paused mid-flight, and wild beasts lay down like house cats at his feet. Quite the concert, really. His mother was Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, and his father was either the Thracian king Oeagrus, or, as some rather proud sources claim, Apollo himself. Whether it was royalty or divinity that accounted for his talent, it didn't much matter. The important bit is that Orpheus was a master of his craft, a one-man orchestra with a flair for the melancholic. Orpheus lived in Thrace, a region known in ancient times for its fierce warriors, thick forests, and a general air of mystical spookiness. It was not a place one wandered without a torch and a healthy respect for nature spirits. But for Orpheus, the land sang back to him. He composed melodies that made oak trees lean in closer, and even Hecate, goddess of ghosts and witchcraft, is said to have paused to listen. Now that's an endorsement. As it often happens in myths, Orpheus fell in love. Her name was Eurydice. She's sometimes described as a dryad, a woodland nymph, though in other versions she's mortal, though quite a luminous one. She and Orpheus married, and by all accounts they were happy, blissful even, which, in mythological terms, is rather like announcing a storm during a picnic. Something dreadful was bound to happen. Their happiness was short-lived. Barely had the wedding garlands wilted when fate intervened. Eurydice, walking alone through a sunlit meadow, never a good idea in a Greek myth, was spotted by a shepherd named Aristaeus. Now, Aristaeus was the rugged, rustic sort, a son of Apollo and a minor god of beekeeping, among other agricultural talents. He saw Eurydice and was overcome with lust. Whether it was divine mischief or just very poor judgment, he chased her. Fleeing through the underbrush, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. One bite, one moment of excruciating pain, and she collapsed. The poison spread fast. By the time Orpheus reached her, she was gone. Just like that. Orpheus was shattered. His grief wasn't the loud kind. It was silent and heavy, like snowfall over a grave. He wandered the hills, playing his sorrow into the world. The birds didn't sing anymore, they listened. Even the rocks, notoriously hard-hearted, seemed to mourn. But sorrow, for all its weight, eventually stirs resolve. Orpheus made a decision no living man had made before. He would journey into the underworld and bring her back. Now, the underworld wasn't designed for round-trip travel. It was ruled by Hades, a god who believed firmly in no refunds. The land of the dead was shrouded in shadow, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed dog, and accessible only by ferry, operated, of course, by Charon, who took only obels placed in the mouths of the deceased. Fortunately, Orpheus had not only charm, but also a certain confidence in his lyre. He arrived at the river Styx and played for Charon, whose grumpy demeanour melted like butter on a forge. For the first time in perhaps centuries, Charon ferried a living soul across. Next came Cerberus, a monstrous creature with 3 heads and a tail like a venomous whip. Cerberus was not a being easily reasoned with, but Orpheus didn't try reason. He played a lullaby so haunting and gentle that all 3 heads fell into slumber, dreaming perhaps of sticks and belly rubs. Finally, Orpheus reached the throne of Hades and Persephone. Hades was a ruler more feared than loved, a god of absolute finality. Persephone, the queen of the dead, was no less formidable, though her story, abducted from springtime fields, wedded to a death god, yet allowed to return to the surface for part of the year, makes her one of the more layered deities. Orpheus bowed, lifted his lyre, and began to play. No words were spoken, just music. Music that carried every ounce of his grief, every note soaked in love and mourning. He sang of Eurydice's laughter, of the wedding they barely had, of the days they should have spent growing old together. He sang of lost summers and ghosted futures. And the impossible happened. The Furies wept, Persephone covered her face, and Hades, cold-blooded custodian of the dead, was moved. He granted Orpheus his wish, with a condition. Eurydice would follow him back, but he must not look back at her until both had reached the surface. No glances, no whispers, no confirmation of her presence, just trust. Now one might think this a simple enough instruction, but myths thrive on the delicate tensions of the human psyche. Orpheus had just descended into hell itself. He'd walked past ghouls and tormented shades, played his soul out to divine rulers, and now, with Eurydice behind him in utter silence, he was expected to climb upwards, blind with hope. Step by step, he ascended. The darkness thinned. A breeze began to stir. He could almost hear her, the faint echo of her sandals against the stone. But still, no confirmation, no words. And just as he reached the threshold, just as daylight broke across his face, he turned. Some say it was instinct. Others say he doubted. Or perhaps it was love itself, too overwhelming to resist. Regardless, his eyes met hers for one brief, frozen instant, and she began to vanish. Her form blurred like fog, drifting back into shadow. Her hand reached forward, lips parted, but no sound came. Then she was gone, again. Only this time, forever. Orpheus tried to descend once more, but the passage was closed. The gods had made their mercy clear. There would be no repeat performance. So he returned to the world above, alone, again. And here, perhaps, the myth becomes most human. Orpheus did not move on. He did not remarry. He shunned all lovers and wandered the earth, playing his sorrow into the winds. Trees bent to listen, animals followed, and even the gods seemed to leave him alone, out of pity, or perhaps reverence. Now you might wonder, what exactly was the point of such a cruel test? Why allow him so close, only to snatch her away? In part, it reflects an ancient theme, the fragility of human hope. Greek tragedy isn't about happy endings, it's about the beauty of striving, even in the face of certain doom. Orpheus becomes a symbol of love's reach and the peril of doubt. Historically, Orpheus became a central figure in what would be called the Orphic Mysteries, a spiritual movement that believed the soul could ascend beyond its mortal coil through purity, music, and understanding. His journey to and from the underworld was seen not just as a tale of love, but as a metaphor for enlightenment and transcendence. Poets and artists adored him. Virgil, in his Georgics, gave Orpheus a beautifully tragic ending. Ovid, in Metamorphoses, added emotional resonance. Later, medieval and Renaissance thinkers reimagined him as a Christ-like figure, a martyr for beauty and love. But the ancient Greeks? They were both more honest and more ruthless. They believed in fate, and in their telling, Orpheus' end came not from age or grief, but from the Maenads, the wild, frenzied followers of Dionysus. Offended by his rejection of women, or perhaps incited by some frenzied ritual, they tore him apart, limb from limb. His head and lyre, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus, carried to the sea. His final song, they say, was one of peace. The Muses, his divine kin, retrieved what they could and buried his remains at the foot of Mount Olympus. There, the nightingales sing more sweetly than anywhere else. There's a certain poetry in that ending. Orpheus, the man who loved too deeply, now rests in eternal harmony. His lyre became a constellation, Lyra, placed in the sky by the gods, as if even they could not bear to let him fade entirely. So what does this all mean for us? Perhaps Orpheus teaches us that love, even doomed love, holds a kind of sacred power. That beauty lies not just in happy endings, but in the striving. And that doubt, while painfully human, is the shadow cast by our brightest hopes. And now, as you lie here, drifting into the soft haze of sleep, let the gentle hum of Orpheus's lyre follow you. He played not to win, but because he must. Because love, however cursed, demanded it. And in that quiet place between dreaming and waking, perhaps Eurydice hears it still. Ah, ancient Athens, a city of philosophers, of democracy, and, quite helpfully for our story, of operatic family dysfunction. Our tale this evening unfolds in the shadow of kings and gods, among bloodlines so tangled you'd be forgiven for needing a corkboard and red string. At its heart lies a woman named Phaedra, a man named Hippolytus, and the kind of cursed romance that makes one grateful for rather ordinary heartbreaks. Let us begin, as all good tragedies do, with Theseus. Yes, that Theseus, the slayer of the Minotaur, the proud prince who navigated the labyrinth, string in hand, and then, somewhat less impressively, abandoned his lover Ariadne on a random island like last week's olives. Charming fellow. Years later, Theseus married Ariadne's sister, Phaedra, because why suffer a clean break when one can embroil an entire bloodline? Phaedra was the daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, daughter of the sun god Helios. Her sister Ariadne had helped Theseus slay her own monstrous half-brother. So you might say Phaedra's family gatherings were complicated. Now when she married Theseus, Phaedra became stepmother to his son Hippolytus, born of an earlier union with the Amazon queen, Hippolyta. The Amazons, you'll recall, were a fierce band of warrior women who didn't especially care for traditional domestic arrangements, or indeed men. So Hippolytus was raised more in their vein, aloof, chaste, and frankly more interested in hunting than in humans. He worshipped Artemis, goddess of the hunt and protector of virgins, and actively avoided Aphrodite, goddess of love and lust. This, as it turns out, was an ill-advised theological stance. You see, in Greek myth, the gods don't much care for being snubbed, especially not Aphrodite. She didn't just encourage passion, she demanded it. And when Hippolytus dismissed her realm in favour of Artemis and his virtuous, abstinent pursuits, Aphrodite was, shall we say, not amused. So, in a fashion that only the gods could consider just, she decided to teach him a lesson, not by striking him directly, but by orchestrating a most exquisite disaster. Her target, Phaedra. Aphrodite caused Phaedra, the respectable queen, to fall violently, hopelessly in love with her stepson. Now pause a moment. This is not your garden variety crush. This was a supernatural compulsion, a divine manipulation of the heart. Phaedra fought it, she tried everything. She prayed, she wept. She contemplated death as a preferable option. But the passion remained, feverish, shameful, and utterly destructive. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her nurse, an elderly servant with all the discretion of a town crier on market day. The nurse, thinking she was helping, approached Hippolytus and revealed the queen's feelings. Now Hippolytus, remember, was not exactly a people person. His reaction was one of horror, disgust, and high moral indignation. He rejected the idea outright, insulted Phaedra, and, depending on the version, threatened to tell his father, Theseus. And so Phaedra, humiliated and terrified, took the only path she saw open. She wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. When Theseus found her lifeless body and read the note, he was consumed with grief and fury. Not known for his even temper or investigative rigour, he cursed his son without so much as a conversation. Here's where things take a divine turn. Theseus happened to be on friendly terms with Poseidon, god of the sea, who had granted him 3 wishes, like a cosmic gift card. With one of these wishes, Theseus asked for Hippolytus' death. Poseidon obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot along the shore, a monstrous bull, a gift from the sea god, rose from the waves, panicked the horses, and sent the chariot careening. Hippolytus was thrown, dragged, and fatally wounded. Only later, much too late of course, did Theseus learn the truth. Artemis herself descended, explaining the cruel game Aphrodite had played, the lie that cost a life, and the loyalty his son had shown to virtue and restraint. There is, needless to say, no scene more thoroughly Greek than a god turning up after everything's already gone to Hades. Theseus was devastated, and Hippolytus. He died in agony, having lost the love of his father, the clarity of his life's purpose, and, ironically, his life, despite never having loved at all. Now let us take a breath and peek behind the myth. The tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus has been retold across centuries. Euripides, that dark-hearted dramatist of the 5th century BCE, gave us one of the earliest full versions in his tragedy Hippolytus. In it, he explores themes of divine injustice, the dangers of repression, and the ruinous consequences of desire, particularly desire denied. In Euripides' hands, no one is wholly innocent. Phaedra is sympathetic yet weak. Hippolytus is virtuous but cold, even arrogant. Theseus is rash, a father governed by passion rather than reason. And the gods? Oh, they are little more than vindictive forces, meddling in the hearts of mortals for sport. Roman writers took up the story as well. Seneca, in particular, leaned into the moral horror of it all, giving us a Phaedra even more tormented and a Hippolytus even more aloof. The myth was, for the Romans, a warning about ungoverned emotion and the brittle fragility of honour. But beyond the drama lies a question. Why was Hippolytus so thoroughly punished? It seems that in the Greek worldview, extremes, even extreme virtue, were dangerous. Hippolytus rejected love, women, and even the natural order. He refused Aphrodite entirely, and in doing so brought divine wrath upon himself. Moderation, or sophrosin, was the ideal. Passion, whether indulged or denied, could be ruinous if not tempered with balance. Phaedra, meanwhile, becomes the archetype of the woman torn by uncontrollable longing. In some versions she is a tragic victim, in others a more active deceiver. But even in her darkest portrayals, she is not without pathos. She didn't choose her desire. It was placed in her by Aphrodite, an invasion of the soul. Her suicide, while terrible, is framed as an escape from shame and a desperate, if futile, attempt to protect her honour. It's worth noting too that Hippolytus's death is one of the few in Greek myth that involves the invocation of a wish granted by a god. Theseus's call to Poseidon brings into sharp focus the terrifying idea that divine gifts can just as easily become curses. Be careful what you wish for, they say, and Theseus learned that the hard way. There is also in the background the quiet rivalry between Artemis and Aphrodite, chastity versus desire, each goddess claiming their mortal, each refusing to concede. And Hippolytus? A pawn in their celestial quarrel. Artemis honours him after death, promising that young girls will sing of him before their weddings, a melancholic tribute to a man who never loved. In later centuries, the myth would influence everything from Racine's Phèdre, a French tragedy of seething guilt and eloquent repression, to modern psychological interpretations of obsession, denial, and the tragic inevitability of miscommunication. It's a story not just about forbidden love, but about the impossibility of perfection. So what are we to make of this tale? Perhaps it whispers to us in the quiet hours that love, when twisted by pride or denial, becomes unrecognizable. That purity without empathy can be as dangerous as passion without restraint. That gods, whether ancient or of our own making, are rarely fair. As you drift now gently toward sleep, consider the image of Hippolytus driving his chariot along a glittering shore, unaware of the doom rising from the sea. Consider Phèdre, torn between longing and honour, a queen undone by feelings not her own. And Theseus, flawed, impulsive, human, wishing too late for the truth. In the end, no hero, god, or queen was spared. A love that never bloomed still managed to destroy them all. And so, with the hush of sea waves and the faint whisper of hoofbeats, let the tale fade softly from your mind. After all, in the realm of Greek myth, even silence carries the echo of tragedy. Let us dim the torchlight, settle deeper into our pillows, and drift to a time long before reason and restraint were fashionable. Back when the gods meddled freely in mortal affairs, and beauty could, quite literally, cause the fall of empires. Tonight's tale belongs to a love so cursed, so extravagantly disastrous, that even poets centuries later shook their heads in disbelief. Paris and Helen. She, the most beautiful woman in the world. He, a Trojan prince with the decision-making skills of a sleep-deprived squirrel. Together, they triggered a war that lasted 10 years, toppled a mighty city, and gave us one of the longest and bloodiest epics in Western literature. Romance, anyone? Let us begin, appropriately, with a wedding. But not of Paris or Helen. No, this was the wedding of Peleus, a mortal, and Thetis, a sea nymph. A curious pairing, certainly, but the gods were all invited, except, crucially, for Eris, goddess of discord. As you might imagine, Eris did not take kindly to being snubbed. So, in a move of divine pettiness that would make any soap opera villain blush, she crashed the party and tossed a golden apple into the crowd. Upon the apple were inscribed the words, "To the fairest." Now, if you know anything about Greek goddesses, you know this sort of thing is best avoided. Immediately, 3 stepped forward to claim the prize. Hera, queen of the gods, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Not a trio known for sharing. Zeus, wisely refusing to choose between his wife and 2 of his most powerful daughters, appointed a mortal judge, Paris of Troy, a prince known more for his looks than his wit. Poor lad. He was tending his flocks on Mount Ida when the 3 goddesses appeared, shimmering and radiant, each offering a bribe more tempting than the last. Hera promised him power, rule over vast lands and mighty kingdoms. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle, eternal glory on the field. And Aphrodite, she offered him love, specifically the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, ever the romantic, or perhaps simply a man with an eye for aesthetics, chose Aphrodite. Thus, with the flick of a divine promise, the stage was set. Now, the most beautiful woman in the world was Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda. Yes, the same Leda whom Zeus seduced in the form of a swan, in what might be mythology's strangest courtship. Helen was raised by King Tyndareus of Sparta and eventually married Menelaus, the king himself. He was a capable ruler, brother to the more famously brutish Agamemnon, and not altogether thrilled when Paris turned up at his palace. Paris, fulfilling Aphrodite's gift, wooed, or, depending on the version, abducted Helen and whisked her away to Troy. Some say she went willingly, bewitched by Aphrodite's charm. Others suggest she had little choice in the matter. Still others believe a phantom Helen went to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt. But let's not complicate things with metaphysics. What is certain is this: Helen's departure was seen as a grave insult, a personal betrayal to Menelaus, and a political one to every Greek prince who had once vied for her hand. You see, Tyndareus had cleverly made all of Helen's suitors swear an oath, known later as the Oath of Tyndareus, to protect and defend whoever she chose to marry. This turned out to be less a romantic safeguard and more a war clause. And so, the kings of Greece united, not merely to restore one man's pride, but to honour an oath, settle scores, and, if we're being honest, to indulge in a bit of conquering. The result was the Trojan War. The Trojan War. A conflict so grand and so devastating, it took not 1 but 2 epic poems to contain it: the Iliad and the Odyssey. And that's just the beginning. 10 years of siege, countless deaths, and heroes like Achilles, Hector, Odysseus, and Ajax thrown into a whirlwind of battle, all for the sake of one woman's love. Or lust. Or really bad timing. Now, what of Paris and Helen during this war? Paris, though not devoid of courage, was no match for the great Greek heroes. He was better with words than weapons, and preferred archery to hand-to-hand combat, a rather unmanly thing in Homeric eyes. It was he who shot Achilles in the heel, though with some divine assistance, of course. Even his most famous kill comes shrouded in debate. Helen, meanwhile, remained in Troy, often portrayed as guilt-ridden and conflicted. Homer gives us glimpses of her regret, her sense of alienation. In the Iliad, she calls herself a shameless whore, blaming herself for the bloodshed. Yet we also see her cleverness, her nobility, and her strange affection for her new Trojan family, even as the Greeks pound at the gates. The war eventually ends, as you may recall, with the ruse of the Trojan horse, a grand deception led by Odysseus, who tricked the Trojans into wheeling their doom inside the city walls. That night, Greek soldiers emerged from the hollow belly of the horse and opened the gates. Troy burned. The city was razed, men slaughtered, women enslaved, children thrown from walls. It was not a rescue, it was a reckoning. And Paris, he died before the fall, wounded by the Greek hero Philoctetes, his pleas for healing ignored. Helen, remarkably, survived. Here history takes a twist. Helen was taken back to Sparta by Menelaus. Not executed, not shunned, but restored as queen. In Euripides' play Helen, she's even portrayed as entirely innocent, a pawn of the gods. But what of the curse? Ah yes, the curse. For the love of Helen, countless lives were lost. Kingdoms fell. Heroes perished. The ancient Greeks believed in Moira, in fate. And when one tampered with the cosmic balance, say by giving a mortal woman the beauty of a goddess, and then having her abducted by a Trojan prince, retribution was inevitable. Helen and Paris were not simply two people in love. They were symbols of lust unbound, of divine meddling, of the fragility of peace. Their love wasn't just cursed. It was a curse laid upon them by forces beyond their ken. Aphrodite's gift turned out to be more of a trap, and Paris's choice, though his own, brought ruin. There's a poignant line in Homer's Iliad where Priam, the aging king of Troy, speaks to Helen and says, "I do not blame you." It's a rare moment of grace, and perhaps an acknowledgement that no one in this tale was truly in control. The gods pulled the strings, and the mortals danced or stumbled accordingly. And yet, generations later, artists and poets continue to return to Paris and Helen. Why? Because theirs is the quintessential tale of beauty and destruction, of the irresistible pull of desire, even when we know the cost. Helen becomes not just a woman, but an idea, of longing, of regret, of the havoc that follows when love is chosen above duty, above peace. In some versions, Paris and Helen are reunited in the afterlife. In others, Helen marries again, grows old, fades into legend. But always she remains the face that launched 1,000 ships, and, more accurately, 1,000 deaths. We might shake our heads at Paris's foolishness. We might pity Helen's fate. But deep down, we understand the perilous magnetism of what they shared. A beauty too perfect to hold. A love too cursed to survive. So, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath evens out, imagine Troy before the war. Its high towers gleaming, its gates strong, its people innocent of what's to come. Picture Helen on the walls, watching the ships sail toward her, each bearing the weight of vengeance. And Paris beside her, hand in hers, neither of them fully understanding the price of that golden apple. A single choice, a whispered promise, and the fall of a city. Sleep well. Let us drift now into the hush of a forest glade. The leaves shimmer gently overhead. The air is heavy with birdsong, not quite real. And from somewhere, not far, not near, a music stirs, sweet and aching. A lyre strummed by fingers so gifted they might well have been kissed by the gods. Tonight, dear listener, we speak of Orpheus. Now, Orpheus wasn't your typical Greek hero. No sword, no spear. He didn't slay monsters or outwit sphinxes or start a war over some wayward lover. No, Orpheus wielded only music, and yet with that he could do what no blade could, move the world itself. The rocks wept at his songs. The rivers paused their flow. Trees leaned in, and wild beasts sat quietly at his feet. Even Hades, lord of the underworld and notoriously difficult at parties, would in time grant him audience. But let us not rush. We must first meet Eurydice. Eurydice was a dryad, a nymph of the trees. Beautiful, yes, but also wild in spirit, elusive as a breeze in spring. She met Orpheus, or perhaps he found her, singing in some quiet glade, and the two fell into a love so pure, so gentle, it seemed untouched by fate. They married beneath the trees. The Muses blessed the union, and for a moment everything was as it should be. Ah, but this is Greek mythology. And if there's one thing we've learned so far, it's that happiness is rarely allowed to flourish unpunished. Not long after their wedding, Eurydice was wandering through a field when she was spotted by Aristaeus, a minor god of agriculture and, ironically, beekeeping. He became, let's say, over-enthusiastic in his admiration and chased her. In her flight, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. The snake, perhaps insulted that its peaceful sunbathing had been interrupted, bit her. And just like that, she died. Now, in many stories, death is the end. But Orpheus was not content to mourn beneath the stars. He tuned his lyre, steadied his resolve, and descended into the underworld. Not metaphorically, literally. You see, unlike the Christian afterlife or the Buddhist wheel of rebirth, the Greek underworld was a shadowy, bureaucratic sort of place. There was paperwork, and rivers, and levels. The dead were sorted, seated, and generally discouraged from mingling with the living. But Orpheus, singing his sorrow, crossed them all. At the gates of the underworld stood Cerberus, the three-headed hound, a beast bred to devour hope. Orpheus played his lyre, and the great dog lay down and slept, all three heads dreaming different dreams. He passed the river Styx, that black ribbon of forgetfulness, where Charon the ferryman carried souls across for a fee, except this time no coin was needed. Music was payment enough. At last, Orpheus came before Hades and Persephone, lord and lady of the dead. Now Hades is often depicted unfairly, as cruel or malicious. But in truth, he was simply a man with a job no one else wanted, to oversee the realm where all things end. And he did it, for the most part, without complaint. Persephone, of course, was the springtime bride who lived half the year below and half above. She understood sorrow. And so, when Orpheus played for them, he didn't plead, he didn't argue, he let the music speak. It was a song of loss, of sunlit mornings never to be shared, of laughter that now echoed too quietly, of a love that had bloomed and been severed in a moment. It was said that even the Furies, those ancient goddesses of vengeance, shed tears. Hades, unmoved by speeches, found his cold heart softened. And so, the lord of the underworld made a rare concession. Eurydice would be returned to life. But there is always a but in Greek mythology, only on one condition. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow behind, silent and unseen, and he must not look back until they had both emerged into the world of the living. Simple, you think? A stroll and a bit of self-control? But remember, this is not a stroll through a sunny meadow. This is the land of shadows. The silence is thick. The air tastes of iron. And the mind, when anxious, whispers. What if she isn't there? It says. What if they've tricked you? What if she stumbles? What if you are alone? Orpheus walked. His steps echoed through the endless gloom. Behind him he felt a presence, light as breath. He resisted the urge to turn. Step after step, he climbed the dark tunnel toward the light. And then, just as the first sunbeam kissed his face, he turned. He turned. Eurydice was behind him, her hand reaching out. But she was still in the shadowed threshold, not quite free. And so, before his eyes, she faded, silently, back into the dark, this time forever. Some say she looked at him with sorrow, others with forgiveness. But she said nothing. because in the underworld, speech is a fragile thing. Orpheus tried to return, but a second descent was not permitted. The gods are not in the habit of repeating gifts. And so he climbed back to the surface alone. Now, this would be a fine place to end, but Orpheus's story lingers, much like his melodies. He returned to the living world, but he did not live. He wandered the forests, singing songs of loss and the cruelty of fate. He rejected the company of women, spurning even those who loved him. Some say the Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, killed him in a fit of wrath, tearing him limb from limb when he refused their advances. His head, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus. Others say he simply faded, becoming part of the music that once moved the stars. Now let us pause and examine this myth with a gentler eye. Orpheus was not punished for arrogance. He was punished for being human. He doubted. He feared. He loved too much. In that moment of doubt, when he turned, it was not disobedience. It was longing. He wanted to see her, to reassure himself, to feel her presence just once more. And that, in Greek myth, is perhaps the most damning sin of all, to want too much. There's a quiet cruelty to the condition set by Hades. It is not enough that Orpheus is brave, or pure, or devoted. He must also be perfectly obedient. And the test comes not in the form of danger, but in the form of silence. How many of us could bear such a test? Philosophers have long debated this story. Some see it as an allegory for the finality of death, that no art, no love can truly undo it. Others read it as a psychological journey. Orpheus's descent into grief, his struggle with hope, and his inevitable failure to let go. There is, too, the contrast of light and dark, of male and female. Orpheus, the rational, facing forward. Eurydice, the mysterious, trailing behind. Their inability to connect, physical, emotional, spiritual, is at the heart of the tragedy. And yet, it is not a hopeless tale. In some versions, when Orpheus dies, his soul is reunited with Eurydice. Not in triumph, but in quietude. Two shadows walking together in the asphodel meadows where the ordinary dead dwell. No fanfare, no golden apple, just peace. We may ask, why does this story endure? Because it is perhaps the most relatable of all. We have all looked back when we should have forged ahead. We have all doubted the promises given to us. We have all lost something, or someone, and wondered if, by some act of will or love, we could bring them back. Orpheus reminds us that love is powerful but not omnipotent, that beauty can stir gods but not undo fate, and that the greatest tragedies are not born from hatred but from tenderness. So as you slip now into sleep, imagine a man with a lyre standing alone at the mouth of a cave, the birds quiet, the trees leaning in, and somewhere just behind him, a figure fading into the mist. A single glance, a lifetime of regret, and yet still the song goes on. Settle in, dear listener. Let the world grow quiet around you. In this chapter, we descend into one of the darkest corners of mythic romance, a tale not of hearts gently entwined, but of loyalty twisted into vengeance. A love so cursed, even the gods seem to wince and look away. Tonight, we meet Medea and Jason, a couple whose story begins with daring quests and dragon-guarded treasures, but ends, well, rather differently. If you've ever thought your exes were a bit dramatic, rest assured, they've got nothing on this pair. Let us begin with Jason. Jason was the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcus, a city in Thessaly. Unfortunately, as so often happens in Greek mythology, Someone else had pinched the crown, his uncle Peleus, to be precise. When Jason came of age and demanded his birthright, Peleus, instead of simply giving it up like a reasonable chap, said, "Yes, yes, of course. But first, if you wouldn't mind terribly, just pop off and fetch the golden fleece." Now, the golden fleece was no ordinary garment. It came from a divine, flying ram, and was said to be imbued with magical properties and royal legitimacy. It also happened to be located in the distant land of Colchis, at the eastern edge of the known world, modern-day Georgia more or less, guarded by a sleepless dragon. Naturally. Jason, being a hero, or at least pretending to be one, accepted the quest. He assembled a ship, the Argo, and a crew of the greatest heroes of the age, Heracles, Orpheus, Atalanta, and more. They were called the Argonauts, and their journey was the Avengers' endgame of ancient Greece. But it is in Colchis that our story of love and of blood begins. Here we meet Medea. Now, Medea was no simple maiden. She was the daughter of King Aeetes of Colchis and a granddaughter of the sun god Helios. She was also a sorceress, trained in the magical arts, particularly skilled in potions, herbs, and, you guessed it, creative revenge. When Jason arrived in Colchis and asked for the fleece, King Aeetes, in a truly Olympic act of poor hospitality, agreed, on the condition that Jason yoke a pair of fire-breathing bulls, plough a field with them, sow it with dragon's teeth, and defeat the army of warriors that sprang up from the soil. A fair day's work. Jason, clearly out of his depth, was doomed to fail. Enter Medea. Struck by love, or perhaps a divine curse, Medea fell for Jason at first sight. Not the first woman to be undone by a charming but slightly clueless adventurer, and certainly not the last. With a mix of love and perhaps a smidgen of Aphrodite's interference, Medea offered Jason her help. She gave him an enchanted salve to protect him from the bull's fire, and instructed him on how to defeat the earthborn warriors, throw a rock among them, and let them fight each other. A neat trick, and frankly one that might still work at family gatherings. Thanks to Medea, Jason completed the trials. But her father refused to give him the fleece, so naturally they stole it. Medea put the dragon guarding the fleece to sleep using her magic, and the pair fled Colchis together. So far, so dramatic. But it gets darker. To delay pursuit, Medea performed what might be politely called a distraction. She killed her own brother, Apsyrtus, and scattered his body parts into the sea, forcing her father to stop and collect them. Now, there are alternate versions of this moment, some less gruesome, some more. But in any case, it was a point of no return. Medea had betrayed her family, her homeland, and her blood, all for Jason. A gesture of love or obsession. And now, dear listener, comes the cruel twist. Jason would never love her as fiercely as she loved him. They returned to Iolcus, where Medea, ever the helpful witch, tricked Peleus' daughters into murdering their own father, by convincing them she could make him young again, as one does. Naturally, this didn't end well, and the couple were forced to flee again. Eventually, they settled in Corinth. Here they lived peacefully for a time, and had 2 children. One imagines Medea, perhaps, tending herbs, and Jason telling the same golden fleece story at dinner parties. But Jason, ever ambitious and never terribly bright in the long term, had his eyes on a political marriage. He abandoned Medea and their children to wed Glauce, the young daughter of King Creon of Corinth. Medea's reaction was not mild. The playwright Euripides gives us the most famous version of what happened next. In his tragedy Medea, the sorceress becomes something other than human, something between fury and fate. She sends Glaucer a wedding gift, a dress and crown soaked in poison. When Glaus puts them on, the poison ignites. She dies screaming, her father King Creon trying to save her, only to be consumed in the same blaze. And then, and then comes the most terrible act. Medea, consumed by wrath and despair, murders her own children, not out of hatred for them, but as the ultimate punishment for Jason. I will not let them be mocked or enslaved, she says. I will not let them be his. And just like that, she becomes myth's most unforgettable figure. Neither victim nor villain, but something else entirely. She escapes, riding a chariot drawn by dragons, because of course she does, leaving Jason alone, shattered and humiliated. Now, one might wonder, was Medea mad? Or merely pushed beyond reason? This is a question that has plagued scholars, playwrights and therapists for over 2,000 years. Medea is unlike any other woman in Greek myth. She is clever, powerful, and terrifyingly autonomous. She loves deeply and destroys absolutely. Historically, Medea may reflect the ancient Greek anxiety around foreign women, powerful women, or simply women who refuse to be passive. She's from the East, Colchis, and thus outside the civilized Greek world. She's magical. She doesn't follow the script. Jason, in contrast, is very much a man of his time. A hero on paper, but shallow and opportunistic beneath the surface. His betrayal of Medea isn't just a personal failing. It's a rejection of everything she gave up for him. Family, home, honour. There's an irony here. Medea gave him the golden fleece, helped him win every challenge, made him a hero, and in return he chose a younger, more politically convenient bride. If you're feeling particularly sympathetic to her, you're not alone. Many do. Even Euripides' audience, mostly male citizens of Athens, reportedly left the theatre shaken. Medea doesn't merely murder, she punishes. And her punishment is precise, poetic, and irreversible. So what, we ask, is the curse in this love story? It is the curse of unequal devotion, of love that gives everything and receives betrayal in return, of a woman who becomes monstrous not because she began that way, but because the world gave her no other option. Later myths soften her tale slightly. Medea flees to Athens, marries King Aegeus, and continues to meddle in royal succession there. Because once you've murdered a few people, political intrigue becomes something of a hobby. Eventually, she vanishes from the mythic stage, perhaps returning to Colchis. Perhaps not. Jason, for his part, dies alone. An old man, sitting beneath the rotting hulk of the Argo. The ship collapses, and a beam falls on him, ending the life of a man once called a hero. A curiously mundane death, really. No monsters, no glory, just gravity. Perhaps it's fitting. The myth of Jason and Medea is less a story of love than a warning. Be careful whom you betray, especially if she's descended from the sun and owns a flying dragon chariot. But it is also, in its own twisted way, a deeply human story. Love that consumes, betrayal that stings, and the terrible things people do when they feel cast aside. As you rest now, and the night deepens around you, let us leave Medea, not with the blood nor the fire, but in the moment just before it all unravelled. A young woman watching the sea, holding a golden fleece in her hands, and believing, perhaps foolishly, that love would be enough. Sleep well. Let us drift now into a tale drenched in silence, restraint, and ruin. A story that unravels not in battlefield clatter or divine thunder, but in hushed corridors, aching hearts, and a single, devastating lie. It begins in Athens, under the watchful eye of a king, and ends on a dusty road beside a shattered chariot. This, dear listener, is the story of Phaedra and Hippolytus, a love that was never requited, never consummated, and yet managed to destroy nearly everyone involved. It is perhaps the quietest and most suffocating of our cursed romances. We begin, as all Greek tragedies must, with lineage, and what a tangled web it is. Phaedra, our ill-fated heroine, was a Cretan princess, daughter of King Minos and Queen Pasiphae, and sister to Ariadne, yes, the same Ariadne who helped Theseus defeat the Minotaur, and was then unceremoniously abandoned on an island. Romance was clearly not in the family's bloodline. Theseus, king of Athens, hero of legend, had once been the toast of Greece, defeater of bandits, slayer of beasts, and an enthusiastic philanderer. After a string of dalliances and one catastrophic marriage to the Amazon queen Hippolyta, by whom he fathered a son, Hippolytus, he settled into royal life with his new bride, Phaedra. Now, Phaedra was beautiful, refined, and quite a bit younger than her famous husband. Their marriage, like many royal unions, was more alliance than romance. But she did her duty, bore children, and walked the marble halls of Athens with quiet grace. All might have continued peacefully, if not for the gods. Enter Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and, when provoked, astonishing levels of spite. You see, Hippolytus, Theseus' son, was a proud devotee of Artemis, the chaste huntress. He spurned the affections of women, dedicated himself to purity, and, most disastrously, publicly mocked the power of love. Now, mocking love in ancient Greece was about as wise as insulting the sea when Poseidon's watching. The gods did not take criticism well, and Aphrodite in particular had a long memory and a short temper. To punish Hippolytus, Aphrodite devised a cruel strategy. She would destroy him not with sword or pestilence, but with love, someone else's love. She inflicted upon Phaedra a violent, helpless passion for her stepson. Not a crush, not a fascination, a full, mind-drowning obsession. Imagine it. A queen, upstanding and noble, suddenly possessed by desire for a young man who could barely meet her eye. The shame, the confusion, the slow unravelling of the self. Phaedra fought it. She fasted, wept, prayed. She clung to dignity as if it might pull her back from the brink. But desire, when laced with divinity, does not retreat. Now, rather than acting on her feelings, Phaedra did something unexpectedly modern. She suffered in silence. For quite some time, she simply withered. Euripides, in his haunting play Hippolytus, portrays her as a woman gnawed by internal torment, desperate not to commit sin, and equally desperate for relief. But silence is rarely sustainable. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her old nurse, an unfortunately meddlesome soul who thought it wise to resolve matters by telling Hippolytus everything. Yes, without asking permission. Because what's a Greek tragedy without one loyal servant doing exactly the wrong thing at the worst possible time? Now, Hippolytus, upon hearing this disturbing revelation, reacted with the emotional sensitivity of a bronze statue. He recoiled in disgust. He berated the nurse. He threatened to go public with the scandal. Now, a lesser woman might have screamed, or fled, or begged. But Phaedra, already on the edge of despair, took a different path. She wrote a note accusing Hippolytus of trying to seduce her, then took her own life. It's the sort of moment that lands like thunder. Quiet, sudden, and irreversible. Theseus returned home to find his wife dead and a damning letter in her hand. As one might expect from a man whose default setting was overreaction, he immediately cursed his son, calling upon Poseidon, who had once granted him 3 deadly wishes. He used one. Shortly after, Hippolytus set off in his chariot. As he rode along the coastline, Poseidon, true to his vengeful brand, unleashed a sea monster, or perhaps a monstrous wave that spooked the horses. They bolted, the chariot overturned, and Hippolytus was dragged, crushed, and left dying beneath the Athenian sun. Enter Artemis. As Hippolytus lay broken and bloodied, the goddess appeared, not with healing, but with truth. She revealed to Theseus the terrible misunderstanding. Phaedra had lied. His son was innocent. The entire tragedy had been the result of Aphrodite's vengeance. Too late, of course. Theseus rushed to his son's side. In one of Greek mythology's rare glimmers of grace, Hippolytus forgave his father. And then, as is tradition, he died. Let us pause a moment here, not out of sentiment, but out of respect. This myth, you see, doesn't traffic in the grand theatrics of other love stories. It has no golden apples, no sieges of Troy, no divine transformations. It is a story of people crushed by forces beyond their control, of gods who play with hearts as one might toy with dice. And yet, it remains one of the most devastating tales in the Greek canon. Euripides' Hippolytus, first performed in 428 BCE at the city Dionysia, was awarded first prize. This wasn't his first attempt, mind you. An earlier, now lost version had portrayed Phaedra as more openly lustful and less morally tormented. Something the Athenian audience found a bit too scandalous for comfort. In the second version, Euripides gave Phaedra her dignity. She is a victim, not a villain. Her passion, though unnatural, is fought against with everything she has. Her downfall is not that she loved, but that she could not confess, that she could not find a path out of the silence. As for Hippolytus, he is, to modern eyes, a bit of a cold fish. His obsession with purity borders on the pathological. In rejecting love altogether, he insults Aphrodite, yes, but also becomes incapable of compassion. His horror at Phaedra's confession is understandable. His refusal to offer any kindness is not. The myth, then, is a meditation on extremism, on the dangers of denying part of one's nature. Love, the Greeks believed, was not optional. It was a force to be honoured, feared, and integrated. To reject it entirely was to invite disaster. And what of Theseus? He spends most of the myth off stage, arriving only in time to misjudge everyone and kill his own son. It's oddly poetic, given that Theseus's mythic career is full of grand gestures and poor follow-through. One might think of him as the original all-action, no-introspection hero. A sword in one hand and a tragic misunderstanding in the other. In some later traditions, Artemis is said to have taken Hippolytus after death and restored him to life in a distant land under a new name, Virbius, a god of the forest in Roman lore. Worshipped in Italy, he became a local deity of the grove, a shadow of his former life. A beautiful, bittersweet footnote for a man who never wanted to be part of a love story. And Phaedra? Her name, over time, became synonymous with forbidden longing. In later European literature, Racine's Phaedra, for example, Her tale is retold again and again, each version wrestling with the same uncomfortable question. What do we do with desire that shouldn't exist? What happens when love becomes a curse? It's a question that echoes down the centuries, in whispered stories and silent tears. Because Phaedra's tragedy is not just that she loved wrongly, it's that she had no place to put that love. No one to tell. No language for it that wouldn't bring ruin. So, as we draw this chapter to a close, let us imagine them once more. Phaedra, pacing her chamber, lips bitten, eyes hollow. Hippolytus, aloof and proud, walking through a world he refuses to understand. Theseus, returning home to a silence more terrible than any monster's roar. And above them, as always, the gods. Watching, smiling, stirring the pot. Because in Greek mythology, love is rarely a blessing. More often, it is a test, a trap, a beautifully wrapped disaster. And nowhere is that more painfully clear than in the love that was never returned and never allowed. So sleep now, dear listener. Let the shadows of Phaedra's palace fade into dream. Let the whisper of Artemis's footsteps pass softly through your mind. And remember, some of the most devastating love stories are not those that end in betrayal or war, but those that were never allowed to begin. Let us now open the scroll on a love story so catastrophic, so calamitous, that it launched 1,000 ships. And, if you believe the poets, more than a few therapy sessions. It is a tale soaked in passion, betrayal, and the kind of poor decision-making that only comes from involving far too many gods in your dating life. This, dear listener, is the story of Paris and Helen, a romance so famously cursed, it managed to drag the entire Greek world into a 10-year war, topple empires, and earn the eternal scorn of every Achaean widow for generations. Now before Helen's abduction, before the Greeks set sail for Troy, and before Homer even sharpened his quill, there was a wedding. Not Paris and Helen's, mind you. This whole tragedy begins at someone else's reception. The wedding in question was between Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph. It was a divine affair, with the whole Olympian guest list in attendance. That is, except for one, Eris, the goddess of discord. An oversight, perhaps. Or, given her reputation, a deliberate exclusion. Either way, Eris didn't take it well. She crashed the party anyway, bringing a gift as only a goddess of chaos could. A golden apple inscribed with 3 haunting words. To the fairest. Now, one might think that tossing such an apple into a room full of immortals is a touch irresponsible. And one would be absolutely correct. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite immediately began to bicker over who deserved the prize. Rather than settle the matter like mature goddesses, they did what any supernatural being would do. They found a mortal to judge them. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince and part-time shepherd, full-time heartthrob. The goddesses appeared before him, each offering a bribe. Hera promised power and kingship. Athena offered wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, ever the strategist, offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris, not exactly known for his political foresight, chose Aphrodite. And just like that, the stage was set. Helen, unfortunately, was already married. Her husband, Menelaus, king of Sparta, a sturdy man with red hair, a temper, and the kind of pride that doesn't take kindly to foreign princes running off with his wife. Now let's pause here for a moment to consider Helen herself. Not the myth, but the woman. Born from an egg, yes really, Helen was the daughter of Zeus and Leda, though the logistics of that union are best left politely unexamined. Some say her divine lineage made her irresistibly beautiful, others that her beauty was a curse in itself. Either way, every king in Greece wanted her hand. To avoid war, her foster father, Tyndareus, made all suitors swear an oath that they would defend Helen's chosen husband against any who tried to steal her away. The irony, of course, is that this oath would be used precisely when Helen decided, or was persuaded, to leave. The great question that has haunted poets for centuries is this: did Helen go willingly? Some versions say she fell madly in love with Paris, enchanted by Aphrodite's promise and the prince's charms. Others suggest she was abducted, spirited away from Sparta without consent. And a few, like the playwright Euripides in his play Helen, suggest the real Helen never even went to Troy, and a phantom double was sent in her place. Whichever version you favour, the result is the same. Helen ended up in Troy, and the Greek world erupted in outrage. Menelaus, understandably miffed, called in the old oath. Agamemnon, his brother, and High King of Mycenae rallied the Greek forces. One by one, the greatest heroes of the age were summoned. Odysseus, cunning and reluctant. Ajax, towering and unbreakable. Nestor, old and wise. And of course, Achilles, the peerless warrior with the infamous heel. Thus began the Trojan War, a campaign of epic proportions, immortalized by Homer in the Iliad, which, curiously, covers only a small segment of the war, specifically a spat over a different woman entirely. We'll get to that drama in another chapter. For now, let us turn to the heart of the matter, the cursed love of Paris and Helen. Within the golden walls of Troy, they lived in uneasy splendour. Paris, brave enough to charm a goddess, but not quite brave enough to win a war. Helen, torn between guilt, longing, and the smouldering ruins of her reputation. The Trojans for the most part despised her. Though royalty by association, she was seen as the cause of endless death. The poet Homer describes her walking the battlements, cloaked in shame, haunted by her choices. And yet she remained. Why? Perhaps love, perhaps fear. Perhaps the gods simply wouldn't let her leave. The Greek poet Stesichorus, writing in the 6th century BCE, tried to condemn Helen in verse, only to be struck blind. When he recanted and praised her instead, his sight was restored. The message was clear. Speak ill of Helen at your peril. Paris, for his part, was not especially helpful. Though handsome, he lacked his brother Hector's honour or strategic mind. He preferred archery to close combat, charm to discipline. In one of the war's pivotal duels, he fought Menelaus himself, only to be whisked away mid-fight by Aphrodite when things began to go poorly. Let's just say it didn't do much for his street cred. Eventually, of course, Paris met his end. Shot by the archer Philoctetes, with the very bow of Heracles no less, he died not in glory, but in exile, after Helen's charms had somewhat worn thin. As for Helen, well, her story didn't end in Troy. When the city finally fell, thanks to Odysseus's cunning and a certain wooden horse, Helen was spared. Menelaus, sword raised to strike her down, was said to be so struck by her beauty that he dropped the blade. Whether this is forgiveness or further evidence of her god-touched allure is anyone's guess. Together, they returned to Sparta. Not to bliss, perhaps, but to normalcy. Their later life is shrouded in ambiguity. Some say they lived peacefully. Others claim Helen fled again, this time to Rhodes, where she was hanged by a queen who blamed her for her husband's death in the war. In any case, Helen's legacy endured. To the Greeks, she was both victim and temptress. To the Romans, she was a warning. And to the modern world, she remains a mystery. A woman whose beauty was so profound, it bent history itself. But let us step back from the fire and the fury, and consider the deeper current of this tale. Helen and Paris were not merely lovers. They were instruments, tools of gods and prophecies, caught in the gears of destiny. Their passion, whether genuine or divine-induced, ignited forces far beyond their comprehension. This is what makes their love so cursed. It is not merely doomed, it is weaponized, used as a spark to light a decade of slaughter. The wrath of Achilles, the tears of Hecuba, the ashes of Priam's palace, all can be traced back to one golden apple, one judgment, and one stolen queen. And so, as you close your eyes tonight, picture the shores of Troy lined with silent ships. Picture Helen standing by the firelight, her face unreadable. Picture Paris, bow in hand, seeking love in a world that has no room left for peace. It is a cruel irony, is it not, that the love which inspired such poetry also inspired such bloodshed, that the face which launched 1,000 ships could not shield a single soul from the gods' designs. Such is Greek mythology, passionate, unforgiving, and utterly enthralling. Sleep now, dear listener. Let the flames of Troy flicker and fade. Let Helen's silhouette dissolve into dream. And remember, in the world of myth, love may be the noblest of emotions, but it is also the most dangerous. In the grand compendium of Greek tragedies, the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice sings its sorrow with quiet elegance, a melody of love, loss, and that most human of failings, doubt. Unlike the thunderous epics of heroes with bulging biceps and egos to match, this story is far more delicate, and perhaps all the more devastating for it. For here we find no clashing armies, no divine tempests, but rather a lyre, a longing, and a single glance that unspools the threads of hope. To begin, let us consider Orpheus, a figure less warrior than wonder-worker. He was born to the muse Calliope, herself a paragon of eloquence and song. Some say his father was King Oeagrus of Thrace, a mortal man, though others whisper the far more lyrical claim that Apollo, god of music, poetry, and inconvenient prophecies, was his sire. That would make Orpheus half divine, and if one listens to his music, it's rather hard to argue against it. Orpheus played the lyre, not as a skill, but as a second language. When he plucked its strings, the world responded. Stones softened, trees swayed in rhythm, and wild beasts gathered in harmony rather than hunger. Even the gods, notoriously difficult to impress, were said to pause mid-squabble to catch a note or two. In time, Orpheus's music found a muse of its own, Eurydice, a dryad nymph. Her presence in the myth is tantalizingly brief, yet powerful. Her name, meaning true justice, suggests a quiet dignity. She was no demigoddess or tempestuous deity, just a forest spirit with grace enough to ensnare the heart of the world's greatest musician. The two fell in love, and in mythological terms, that's saying something. Their union, by most accounts, was genuine, unmarred by trickery or divine coercion. For once, love was just love. Their marriage was to be a union of poetry and nature, of song and serenity. But, as you may have already guessed, peace rarely lasts in tales penned by the ancient Greeks. During a walk, or as some versions claim, while fleeing an amorous satyr named Aristaeus, Eurydice was bitten by a venomous serpent. She died almost instantly, and thus begins the descent, both literal and emotional. Orpheus, inconsolable, refused to accept her fate. Unlike most mortals who simply sob into their wine and commission a few sad pottery scenes, he took up his lyre and journeyed to Hades, the underworld. Yes, he quite literally walked into death's domain. This was not metaphor, but myth at its most majestic. Now, the underworld, ruled by Hades and Persephone, was no weekend getaway. Souls lingered there in various states of gloom, from mildly inconvenient to eternally tormented. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, guarded its gates. The river Styx, dark and soul-sapping, surrounded it. Few entered alive. Fewer still returned. But Orpheus, armed only with his music and his grief, stepped into the gloom. He played, and the underworld listened. The lyre's lamentation echoed through the caverns of death. The Furies, ancient spirits of retribution, paused their shrieking and wept. Charon, the grumpy ferryman of the Styx, offered him a lift without the usual fare. Even Cerberus, a creature best known for gnawing on heroes, curled up, soothed into a brief slumber by Orpheus's song. And when he reached the royal court of Hades and Persephone, he sang not of conquest, not of bargains, but of sorrow, of love lost, of hearts broken. He didn't demand Eurydice's return, he asked, a man stripped bare of pride, offering only melody. Remarkably, the rulers of the dead were moved. Whether it was the music, the mournful eyes, or perhaps just a slow day in the underworld docket, they relented. Eurydice could return to life. But naturally, there was a catch. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow, silent and invisible. But he must not look back until both had reached the land of the living. It was, as the ancients loved to do, a test of trust, of restraint, of faith, a simple instruction, wrapped in impossibility. Orpheus accepted. They began the journey, step by slow step, through cavern and gloom, ascending a winding path that leads from death back to dawn. Behind him he heard nothing, not a whisper, not a sigh. Eurydice followed, but like a dream one tries to hold on to upon waking, she remained intangible. Doubt crept in. Was she really there? Had Hades tricked him? Was this some cruel joke by the gods? And then, just as daylight cracked across the threshold, just as the air lightened and life beckoned, he turned. A glance. Just one. And in that instant, Eurydice vanished. Her spirit, still within the bounds of death, was pulled back like smoke into shadow. Gone. There are few more gutting images in myth than Orpheus, reaching out into empty air, knowing he was the one who undid the miracle. Not the gods, not fate, but him. He tried to descend again, to plead once more. But the doors of Hades do not open twice for the same song. Even divine bureaucracy has its limits. And so he returned, alone. The lyre, once vibrant, grew quiet. He wandered the earth in silence, a man exiled not from a place, but from hope. Some say he swore off women entirely, revolted by the pain of love. Others claim he turned to the companionship of men, echoing the customs of Orphic cults and certain poetic communities of the time. There are even tales that he roamed the wild hills singing to the stars, waiting for death to catch up. Eventually it did. The agents of his end were Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, madness, and parties that never end well. Why they attacked him varies. Perhaps he rejected their god, or perhaps he simply refused to join their revels. Either way, they tore him limb from limb in a fit of divine-fueled ecstasy. Even in death, Orpheus had flair. his head still singing, floated down the river Hebrus, eventually washing ashore on the island of Lesbos, where poets like Sappho would later redefine the lyric tradition. The gods, perhaps sheepish about the whole affair, placed his lyre among the stars as the constellation Lyra, so that his music might never be forgotten. Now let's take a moment to explore the deeper waters of this myth. Orpheus's tale is, in many ways, a parable of art's power and its limits. He could charm the very laws of nature, yet one human impulse, a glance, a moment of doubt, undid everything. It is a reminder that the most beautiful songs cannot always change the ending. It also offers insight into Greek views on mortality. The underworld in this myth is not a place of torture for the wicked, as later Christian ideas would propose, but a place of inertia, of loss. One does not burn in Hades. One simply ceases to grow. Orpheus defies this not with sword or spell, but with song. His journey reminds us that even in death's domain, beauty has power. Brief, fleeting, but undeniable. There's also a fair bit of philosophical heft here. The Orphic tradition, an actual religious movement in ancient Greece, believed in the soul's immortality, reincarnation, and the redemptive power of music and ritual. Orpheus, in this sense, becomes more than a tragic lover. He is a prophet, a bridge between life and death. And that glance? Oh, the infamous glance. Was it foolishness, impatience, or was it, perhaps, the final proof of his love? That he could not bear to wait another heartbeat without her presence confirmed. That as a musician, he had to see the beauty behind the song? One could say he failed, or one could say he proved what it meant to be human, flawed, yearning, and ultimately incapable of blind faith when the heart is involved. So now, as the lyre's echo fades and your breathing slows, let this tale settle gently upon your thoughts. Let Eurydice's footsteps echo just behind your dreams. Let Orpheus's song wind its way around your slumber. Because in the end, it is not the curse that defines the story, but the love that dared to defy it. And remember, dear listener, next time you're walking out of the underworld with your beloved behind you, don't look back, even if it's just to check whether they're rolling their eyes. Let us now delve into one of Greek mythology's most uncomfortable tales, a story so laden with awkwardness, repression, and tragedy that it might make a family reunion feel like a walk in Arcadia. This is the tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus, a cursed love story that manages to entangle gods, kings, and horses, and culminates in one of the most painful misunderstandings in all antiquity. Our story begins, as many do, with the house of Theseus, and I must warn you, this family makes Shakespeare's tragedies look like bedtime stories. Theseus, the famed king of Athens, was a hero of some repute, slayer of the Minotaur, frequent abductor of women, and possessor of a moral compass that spun rather freely. In his later years, Theseus married Phaedra, daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, the same woman who, through divine mischief and bovine seduction, gave birth to the Minotaur. Yes, that Minotaur. Suffice to say, Phaedra came from a complicated lineage. Now, Phaedra herself was not initially marked for tragedy. She was royal, refined, and according to ancient dramatists, possessed of considerable beauty. But as is often the case in Greek mythology, her downfall came courtesy of the gods, specifically Aphrodite, who was having a bit of a sulk. You see, the object of Aphrodite's ire was not Phaedra herself, but Hippolytus, Theseus' son by the Amazon queen Hippolyta. or sometimes Antiope, depending on which mythological gossip column you read. Hippolytus was young, noble, and exceedingly devoted to Artemis, goddess of chastity and the hunt. And that's where the trouble began. Hippolytus had taken a rather public stance against the delights of love. He disdained Aphrodite and her followers, spurning all romance and sexuality in favour of virtue, wilderness, and a good gallop through the woods. This, to Aphrodite, was not just offensive, it was heresy. One does not simply ignore the goddess of desire without consequences. So, as a punishment, most cruel and cunning, Aphrodite decided to strike him where it would hurt the most, through love. Not his love, of course. No, she would make Phaedra, his stepmother, fall madly, hopelessly in love with him. What followed was an agony of silence and longing. Phaedra, struck by this unnatural desire, tried everything to resist. She withdrew from court life, fasted and brooded, always a worrying sign in ancient drama. Her nurse, a character who surely deserves some kind of tragedy support award, eventually dragged the truth from her, and then, in what might be the least helpful act of confidanting in history, told Hippolytus. Now, one must feel at least a modicum of sympathy for the lad. He had done nothing to encourage this. In fact, when he learned of Phaedra's feelings, he reacted with horror, disgust, and, to be quite honest, a bit of self-righteous monologuing about how wicked women could be. He stormed off, leaving behind a nurse wringing her hands and a Phaedra drowning in shame. Seeing no escape from the ruin her desire had wrought, Phaedra wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. It was a lie born of despair, perhaps even a desperate attempt to preserve her honour in death. But the damage was done. Theseus returned, read the letter, and without so much as a trial or a cross-examination, invoked a curse upon his son. Not just any curse, mind you. He called upon his own father, Poseidon, to destroy Hippolytus. And Poseidon, never one to ignore a good curse request, obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot along the coast, Poseidon sent a monstrous bull from the sea. The horses panicked, the chariot shattered, and the young man was dragged to his death. Limbs shattered, body bloodied, virtue intact. It was only after his son lay dying that Theseus learned the truth. Artemis, in one of her rare public appearances, descended to reveal the full story. The boy had been innocent. The gods had played their cruel games. The father had believed a lie, and it was all too late. Theseus, for all his heroism, was left with the bitterest of punishments, surviving his mistake. Now then, let us pause for breath. That was rather a lot, wasn't it? Mythological context first. This tale was most famously immortalised in Euripides' tragedy Hippolytus, a masterpiece of psychological tension and emotional restraint. The play was performed in 428 BCE and won first prize at the Dionysia, a festival where, presumably, the audience wept into their amphorae of wine. In Euripides' version, the moral terrain is complex. Phaedra is not a villainess, but a tragic pawn crushed by the weight of divine manipulation. Hippolytus is not a flawless hero, but a young man rigid in his virtue, blind to compassion. And Theseus never really comes off well, does he? From a cultural standpoint, the play is soaked in Athenian anxiety about passion, honour, and the role of women. Phaedra is torn between her emotions and her reputation. She chooses death over disgrace, a stark reminder of how a woman's value in ancient Greece was often tied not to her character, but to her chastity. The play also explores a theme quite modern in its resonance: the dangers of absolutism. Hippolytus, in his absolute rejection of desire, becomes ironically vulnerable to its most destructive form. Phaedra, caught between passion and propriety, is crushed by the impossibility of reconciling the two. And Theseus, caught between love and law, chooses neither wisely. Let's turn now to Aphrodite, the divine catalyst of this mess. She opens the play with a speech declaring her intention to punish Hippolytus for failing to honour her. It is a striking and unnerving moment. Here, the goddess is not love incarnate, but desire weaponized. She doesn't seek romance or pleasure. She seeks submission. She is, quite literally, a force of nature that punishes those who try to live outside it. The Greeks understood that love could be a source of joy, but also madness, violence, and ruin. That duality is at the heart of this myth. To love too little is to offend the gods. To love too much is to destroy oneself. Phaedra's love, unchosen and unbearable, becomes a curse. Hippolytus's lack of love becomes a challenge to divine order. There is, as ever in these tales, no safe path. And what of Artemis, Hippolytus's patron? Her intervention at the end of the tale is poignant and chilling. She promises to avenge Hippolytus by killing one of Aphrodite's mortal favourites in turn. There's a sense that even the gods are trapped in an eternal cycle of retaliation, unable to protect those they favour. There is a version, softer and less devastating, found in Roman literature. Seneca, and later the French dramatist Racine, offer variations in which Hippolytus survives, carried off by Artemis to be healed and hidden. But the Greeks, ever the pessimists, preferred their endings sharp and tragic. And now, dear listener, as your head rests softly upon your pillow, and the night air carries the fading echoes of ancient grief, let us reflect once more. Phaedra and Hippolytus are not lovers, not in any conventional sense. They are strangers caught in the same terrible web. Their love story is not about love at all, but the distortion of it, the curse of desire without choice, the silence of truth unheard, the ruin that comes not from malice, but from fear. It's a tale that asks us to look closely, not just at actions, but at motives, to consider how easily misunderstanding can destroy. How often, in myth as in life, tragedy blooms not from hatred, but from miscommunication, pride, and the inability to pause and ask, what really happened here? So as you drift now into sleep, let this story settle quietly in your thoughts, not as a cautionary tale, but as a gentle reminder. Speak gently, doubt slowly, and whatever you do, never underestimate a horse, a letter, or a god with a bruised ego. Ah, Paris and Helen, a pairing so legendary, so famously infamous, that it has come to symbolize the very notion of doomed romance. You'll find them in poetry and opera, in oil paintings and war propaganda, in dusty textbooks and dodgy pub quizzes. And yet, for all the attention they have received, one thing is certain: this was never a love story, not truly. No, this was a cautionary tale masquerading as a romance, a myth soaked in beauty, blood, and a great deal of poor decision-making. Let us begin not with Helen, nor with Paris, but with a wedding. Specifically, the ill-fated nuptials of Peleus and Thetis. He a mortal king, she a sea nymph of the highest pedigree, with a temper that could sink a fleet. Their union, blessed and meddled with by gods alike, marked the beginning of what would soon unravel into the Trojan War. You see, as with many a Greek tale, it all began because someone wasn't invited. The goddess Eris, deity of discord, had not received an invitation to the festivities, and rather than sulk quietly in the shadows like a modern office colleague left off the group lunch email, Eris stormed the wedding and tossed a golden apple into the feast. Upon the apple was inscribed just 3 words: "To the fairest." Now, when 3 goddesses lay eyes on a golden apple and read the phrase, "To the fairest," one can assume a certain level of measured response. Not here. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all claimed it. And so began one of the pettiest yet most consequential beauty contests in history. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince living rather peaceably on Mount Ida, having been exiled in infancy due to a prophecy foretelling he would one day bring ruin to Troy. Spoiler alert, the prophecy was quite accurate. The goddesses, unwilling to share a title or an apple, decided he would serve as the judge of their divine pageant. Each goddess, like a contestant on an especially high-stakes talent show, offered Paris a bribe. Hera promised power. Athena promised wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, the ultimate romantic, offered him the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, being young, impetuous, and deeply committed to surface-level beauty, chose Aphrodite. In doing so, he not only secured a place in history, but signed a celestial permission slip for disaster. And who, you ask, was this promised paragon of beauty? Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda, the latter famously seduced or assaulted, depending on one's translation, by Zeus in the form of a swan. Helen's beauty was said to be unparalleled, so much so that Theseus, yes, our old friend from chapter 9, once kidnapped her in her youth. But at the time of our story, Helen was married to Menelaus, king of Sparta and brother to Agamemnon, the king of kings in Mycenaean Greece. Paris, now committed to his prize, travelled to Sparta, was welcomed as a guest, and promptly seduced or spirited away Helen. Some versions say she went willingly. Others say she was taken. Greek myth is, as ever, delightfully inconsistent. But one thing is certain. Paris left with Helen, and Menelaus was furious. Cue the most ambitious retrieval operation of the Bronze Age, the Trojan War. Now it's worth pausing here to reflect. This wasn't just a domestic dispute. This was an all-star ensemble cast of Greek mythology. Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, Nestor, Patroclus. A who's who of ancient heroism. And all supposedly rallied not merely to help Menelaus reclaim his wife, but to uphold a pact. When Helen was of marrying age, her suitors had all sworn to defend the chosen husband against anyone who tried to take her. You see, everyone expected trouble. Helen was, after all, the mythical equivalent of a diplomatic incident waiting to happen. But beyond the shimmering surface of abducted wife lies a tangle of deeper themes. Helen wasn't merely a prize passed between men. She became a symbol of male pride, national honour, divine interference, and the enduring fear of feminine allure. Her beauty was seen not just as a blessing, but as a destabilizing force, a thing too powerful to exist unguarded. And what of Paris? Was he a great lover? A romantic hero? Not exactly. In Homer's Iliad, he is portrayed as, well, a bit soft, more fond of lounging in his chambers with Helen than facing the Greek champions on the battlefield. His brother Hector, a genuine paragon of nobility, frequently rebukes him for his laziness and cowardice. Even Helen, in moments of weary honesty, mocks his martial inadequacy. Their relationship is complicated. In many retellings, Helen spends much of the war in Troy as a woman trapped by fate, by guilt, by circumstance. She is neither villain nor victim, but a blend of both. At times she regrets leaving Sparta. At others she blames the gods. Her ambiguity makes her one of the most psychologically rich characters in the mythological canon. Let us now turn to the war itself. 10 years of bloodshed, the death of heroes, the wrath of Achilles, the trickery of Odysseus, all to reclaim one woman, or more accurately, to restore male honour after it had been bruised. At least, that's what the song said. But beneath the surface, the Trojan War became a mythological crucible, a space where love, duty, revenge, and divine will collided. Helen's role after the war varies by source. In Homer, she is welcomed back by Menelaus. No trial, no execution, no banishment. It's as if the war never happened. The Trojans are dead, the city burned, but Helen returns to her palace and resumes her life. The ancient Greeks, it seems, had a rather flexible approach to reconciliation, provided you were beautiful enough. Later sources are less forgiving. Euripides, in his tragedy Helen, posits a version in which the real Helen was spirited away to Egypt by the gods, and a mere phantom, a cloud image, was taken to Troy in her place. This reinterpretation attempts to absolve Helen of blame entirely. A clever mythological loophole, one might say, though it does raise the question, why didn't the gods intervene earlier? The image of Helen, as seductress, scapegoat, symbol, is perhaps the most potent in all classical mythology. She becomes a mirror for whatever society wishes to see. To some, she is the ultimate femme fatale. To others, a tragic pawn. Her story shifts with the teller, reflecting the anxieties of the age. And Paris? His end, unsurprisingly, is not heroic. He is mortally wounded by Philoctetes, wielding the very bow of Heracles. Paris seeks help from Oenone, his former lover, and a nymph who had the power to heal him. She refuses, still hurt by his betrayal. And so Paris dies. Later, filled with remorse, she throws herself onto his funeral pyre. A rather fiery footnote to an already charred love story. One might ask, did Helen and Paris ever really love each other? Or were they both caught in a storm of divine meddling, political ambition, and their own vanity? There's a line in Euripides' Trojan Women where Helen defends herself before Hecuba, queen of the fallen city. She says, "It was the gods, not I." And perhaps that's true. In Greek myth, mortals are so often vessels for divine caprice, and yet they suffer the consequences. The tale of Helen and Paris endures not because it is romantic, but because it is recognizably human. A tangle of desire, mistake, pride, and regret. A tale where no one is truly innocent and everyone pays the price. As you close your eyes tonight, consider this. The faith that launched 1,000 ships also left 1,000 widows. The beauty that sparked a war ended in ruin, and the love that defied kings and gods alike ultimately led nowhere at all. Greek myths rarely offer happy endings, but they do offer truth, wrapped in grandeur, adorned with gods, and echoing with the weight of mortal folly. So, rest now, dear listener. Let Helen and Paris fade into the sea mist of memory, two shadows walking among the ruins of Troy. May your dreams be free of golden apples and vengeful goddesses. And if someone offers you a prize for being the fairest, politely decline. Or at the very least check for curses. Good night.